Good evening, everybody, and thank you for joining us for this evening's meeting, the Monday, June 9th, 2025 meeting. Please rise for the playing of the National Anthem and a moment of reflection. Please be seated. At this time, I will look to Councillor Ratzlaff to read the land acknowledgement.
The land on which Council meets today is a traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee, Anishinaabe, Attawandaronk, and Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation peoples, many of whom continue to live and work here today. This territory is covered by the Upper Canada Treaties and is within the land protected by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Agreement. Today, this gathering place is home to many Indigenous peoples made up of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis. The Dish with One Spoon Wampum Agreement should remind us of our responsibility to ensure the Dish, the territories on which we live and work, is never emptied, and that we take care of the land and its inhabitants in a way that ensures its future sustainability.
Thank you, Councillor. On to the Mayor's report, and I will start with the reason why I'm wearing the jersey today. This past Saturday, I had a great time at the Niagara Ironbacks season opener, and well, actually their first game at home in existence. I was given the honor of throwing out the first pitch. I've already heard it from a bunch of you. I did choose to post the video of that online. I probably should have warmed up first as I three-hopped the ball to the plate. If you have the opportunity to check it out on social media, you can hear 500 people groan loudly as the ball bounces. With that said, it was very exciting to see high-level baseball back at George Taylor Field. Check them out this season. Grab your tickets to support local baseball. It is probably the most affordable ticket you will find in town, and it is a great time. I also had the chance to spend a couple of minutes with Moose Taylor, the brother of George Taylor, who the field is named after, and it was really fantastic to listen to them talk about him and his brother being at that field when they were kids and playing baseball as youngsters in St. Catharines, watching the game grow, following along with the Stompers and the Baby Jays and all the baseball heritage. It really is quite fantastic. So an excellent time, and like I said, check out Niagara Ironbacks and ironbacks.ca for ticket details. We'll start the meeting off with some good news for the agricultural sector. Thank you goes out to the federal and provincial governments for announcing up to $1.8 million in funding to advance the Niagara Irrigation Initiative. For a number of years now, regional municipal leaders from across Niagara have been working with agricultural leaders to develop an enhanced irrigation system in Niagara, including rural lands in West St. Catharines. As we know, agriculture plays a crucial role in Niagara's economy and food security and contributes over $1.4 billion to the regional GDP. But challenges such as climate change and aging infrastructure have meant significant farm acreage below the escarpment producing grapes, tender fruit, and nursery stock doesn't have the water security with respect to meeting its current and future irrigation needs. The funds announced are going to support a study to determine design and feasibility of a new piped system in St. Catharines and Lincoln to help support the farmers in our communities. The list of individuals who have played a role in this over the years is a long one, but I want to give a special thank you to the Niagara Irrigation Initiative Project Steering Committee for their work on this, and to our partners in Lincoln, Niagara-on-the-Lake, and Niagara Region who've been advocating for this at AMO for several years now. Thank you. I do want to give a special thanks to the folks in Niagara-on-the-Lake. They have an irrigation system, but they have been very much the expertise on this and pushing hard along with our friends in Lincoln and ourselves and the folks at the region to make this a reality. So fantastic news today. Earlier this month, I had the chance to visit Hope Transitional Homes Network and was truly moved by the incredible work they're doing to support refugees and newcomers in our community. They were founded by the kind and passionate Maria Londono. The organization helps people who've left everything behind, and it helps them to find stability and feel at home here in Canada. From housing and legal support to community programs and necessities, they're creating a safe and welcoming space for those beginning anew. It's clear their work is changing lives one family at a time. In late May, myself, as well as Councillors McPherson and Townsend, attended the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. For those who aren't familiar, FCM has been the national voice for municipal governments since 1901. And the conference brings together representatives from over 2,100 municipalities across the country, collectively representing more than 92% of Canadians. The highlights of this year's FCM, the themes seem to be centered around housing and homelessness, as well as the rise of the spread of misinformation in our communities. And so a very useful couple of days, a lot of really important things to learn. And I also want to give congratulations to Councillor McPherson, who was re-elected to the Ontario Board of Directors for FCM again this year. So congratulations to Councillor McPherson. June is National Indigenous History Month, a time for all of us to reflect, learn, and honor the rich cultures, histories, and contributions of Indigenous peoples, including First Nations, Inuit, and Métis. It's a chance not only to look back at the deep and diverse Indigenous histories that shape this land, but also to recognize the strength and vibrancy of Indigenous communities today. So coming up on June 21st, we'll be celebrating National Indigenous Peoples Day, a day dedicated to recognizing and celebrating the heritage, languages, and traditions of Indigenous peoples across the country. And ahead of that, on June 20th, we're proud to be raising the flag at City Hall in partnership with the Niagara Regional Native Center. The flag raising is a symbol of respect, recognition, and the ongoing work toward reconciliation. We invite everyone to join us, whether in person or in spirit, as we take this moment to stand together in solidarity and celebration. Last week, I joined Pride Niagara to kick off Pride Month here in St. Catharines by raising the progressive Pride flag at City Hall. Pride's a time to celebrate love, inclusion, and the strength of the 2S LGBTQIA+ community, while also recognizing the work that lies ahead. It was also wonderful to celebrate with Christy Kenzie as the 2025-26 Pride at Niagara Ambassador. It was great to raise the flag on June 3rd in recognition of Seniors Month in St. Catharines. This year's theme, Fit, Active, and Healthy Seniors, is a reminder of how important it is to stay connected, keep moving, and keep learning at every age. Our older adult centers offer so many amazing programs and support wellness and bring people together. Thank you to the staff, volunteers, and especially the seniors in our community for everything you do to make St. Catharines such a vibrant and caring place, and happy Seniors Month. Last Wednesday, I had the opportunity to attend the 12th Annual Pride Niagara Unity Awards, hosted by Pride Niagara and presented by TD Bank. I was joined by Councillors Stevens and McPherson as we celebrated the outstanding achievements of individuals across the Niagara region. And I want to give a special congratulations to Hannah Barron, a member of our 2S LGBTQI+ Advisory Committee, who received the Outstanding Young Person Award for their inspiring work supporting 2S LGBTQIA+ youth and raising awareness in our community. On Thursday, I attended the Contributor Celebration Breakfast hosted by Bridges Niagara, a wonderful event recognizing those who help support newcomers in our community. Bridges Niagara has been a leader in settlement and integration services across the region, creating pathways for newcomers to feel welcome, supported, and connected. Thank you to their incredible team for the work you do every day to build a more inclusive Niagara. As a reminder for folks, Bridges Niagara is Folk Arts rebranded. So that is their new name, is Bridges Niagara. Last week, I was also honored to unveil a powerful new art installation on the steps of City Hall as part of Pride Month, featuring the words of local poet Victoria Ashley Rose. This project is a celebration of 2S LGBTQIA+ voices and a reminder of our city's commitment to inclusivity and belonging. A big thank you to our CRCS staff, as well as the advisory committee, and everyone who helped bring this vision to life. A special shout out to Black Bear Bakery for the amazing cookies that helped make the day feel extra special. Let's keep moving forward with pride, purpose, and compassion. Congratulations to Niagara Precision Limited on 50 incredible years in business. As a second-generation woman-owned company, they've played a key role in shaping St. Catharines' manufacturing story through their commitment to quality, innovation, and craftsmanship. It was great to celebrate this milestone with Jane and her team, whose hard work and leadership continue to make a lasting impact. Also there was Councillor Stevens, who is apparently related to about 3/4 of the staff at Niagara Precision Limited. Here's to the next 50 years of success and excellence. Congratulations to Bridget Nuttall on her well-deserved retirement. She was the executive assistant to Regional Chair Jim Bradley, and Bridget has been a steady and professional presence who brought warmth and dedication to everything she did. Wishing her all the best in this next chapter, filled with travel, laughter, and joyful memory moments, surrounded by friends and family. Enjoy every minute, Bridget. You've earned it. Congratulations to the Kiwanis Club of St. Catharines on 90 incredible years of service to our community. They've been going since 1935, and the club has been a driving force behind so many positive changes in our city, from supporting youth programs to helping make key projects like the Kiwanis Turf Field and Aquatic Center a reality. Their work with the Niagara Children's Center has also made a lasting difference in the lives of countless families, including my own. So thank you to every member, past and present, for your dedication and leadership. Here's to 90 years of impact and many more to come. Thank you as well to the Kiwanis Group for inviting me to their 90th birthday. It allowed me to not have to go to a regional council meeting, and that is always a net positive for everybody. Starting June 9th, Seymour Hanna Sports and Entertainment Center is transforming into a hub of summer fun with the launch of Rec at the Rink. While the ice is out for major refrigeration upgrade, the city is offering a variety of dry activities, including pickleball, roller and inline skating, ball hockey, box soccer, cornhole, and lacrosse. Drop-in rates apply, and spots can be reserved in advance at stcatharines.ca/activestc. Come on out and make the most of summer at the rink. And finally, for me, this Saturday, June 14th, everyone is invited to the annual Downtown St. Catharines Holy Festival of Color, which takes place from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. at the Meridian Center parking lot at 1 David S. Howe Way. The festival offers a family-friendly, immersive cultural experience featuring the vibes of DJ Goldie, live performance from Anurag Shurgill, dole drums, traditional dance performances and lessons, cultural vendors, authentic Indian food, local flavors, and the iconic color throw. I hope to see you there. My suggestion, if you come, wear something you don't mind getting soaked in. And with that, I will open things up to any members of council who would like to add to the mayor's report this evening. Deputy Mayor Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Last week, I was able to represent you at the cemetery to commemorate Decoration Day, to honor those soldiers who have gone before to keep our country what it is today, one of freedom. And it was really, really nice to see the Lincoln Welland Band marching with us during that time. They certainly are a great band, and I hope they exist for a very long time. Also, that evening, my wife and I attended the Niagara Youth Orchestra Gala. There's 90 youth musicians that performed that night. What's really special was they announced that the Niagara Youth Orchestra is the only youth orchestra in Canada to be invited to a music festival in Austria. And they'll have 24 of their senior musicians attending with their parents going over there. So to be the only youth orchestra in Canada to be invited is truly something, and we congratulate them for that. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was very pleased to represent you at the launch or the opening night of the Willow Arts annual exhibition called Unseen at Marilyn I. Walker School of Fine and Performing Arts. And for those that don't know about Willow Arts is a leader in creating safe, inclusive spaces for artists living with mental health and substance use experiences. And if you have a chance, it runs till the end of the month. I would highly recommend visiting and really enjoying the art. It's quite beautiful, and they were also recognizing the support of the Ontario Trillium Foundation, which has given the money to continue their work. As you mentioned, FCM, it was a great 4 days, I think. I think we had fun, mostly. And it was great to meet with colleagues from coast to coast to coast. I was especially excited to meet with Rebecca Alty, former mayor of Yellowknife, who is the newly appointed Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations. She's a former board member. It's very excited when board members get new jobs. There was a lot of workshops and a lot of events, and I am very excited and honored to be reelected to the board, and I'm looking forward to ongoing advocacy work for St. Catharines and for the Niagara region in the next 2 years, because thankfully it is a 2-year term now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McPherson. Councillor Ratzlaff.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you. This Saturday was the Walk to End ALS, which I had the pleasure of attending. As someone whose family's been affected by ALS, I much appreciate and it was heartwarming to see everyone there. ALS Canada does some great work, in particular the way they support caretakers. It's super important because caretakers are often overlooked, but the work they do is truly life-saving. So thanks.
Agreed. Caregivers are incredibly important in our society. Councillor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm pleased to say that I was able to attend, on behalf of yourself, a speakers forum held by the Catholic Women's League of Canada, and it was about where will my sister lay her head. It was very informative. There were some great speakers there. They had lots of stories and information to share about some of the homeless issues that we have in not only St. Catharines, but within the region. So it was a very informative afternoon, and it was my pleasure to be there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A week ago, Thursday, on the 29th, I represented yourself at the 40 Under 40 Awards that was presented at the Holiday Inn. Great to see all these, I hate to say the word now, younger people, and but the achievements they've accomplished. And one of the other sad parts about getting older is I didn't recognize a whole lot of names anymore. So, but kudos to all the recipients. That it's a great a thing to honor all the different businesses and of people under 40 years old. So it's a really good thing that they do. And then the next day, Canada Games Park, I was part of the opening ceremony on the Ontario Parasport tournament that they had there. Councillor Mako was there at the awards. I'm sure he'll say that later on. But what an event! What a positive group of people. And the sports, and that was just amazing to see. That was great. And then Thursday, June 5th, the PAC here downtown had their opening season, and they had some entertainment of things to come. Some of the acts that were there, some are big-name Canadian artists, and they actually popped in and did their little 5-minute spiels of what they're going to be doing down the road. So go online, check it out, buy your tickets for the PAC. I mean, that really brings the downtown together, having that there. It's awesome. The next night, Friday night, the River Lions, they had the Twinning Association was their night. So there was over 200 members from the Twinning Association. They had a Trinidadian rapper, dancer, guy doing the halftime show. They've set the bar high, so the River Lions got a lot of work to do to keep that up for the rest of the season. They actually had some Trinidadian food for sale at the concession stands as well. It was great. So, and just on Saturday, the 68th Lincoln and Welland Royal Canadian Army Cadets celebrated their 125th anniversary here in Niagara. Well attended, great group of things. You know, the Army Cadets, although I was never an Army Cadet, I was an Air Cadet, and I got ribbed for that, but great for the youth. I think it's under 19. The stuff you can learn and experience, and it's all free. Like, no one has to pay to go to these things and learn all this stuff. It's amazing. And my father was actually an Army Cadet from 1953 to 1956 there as well. So it was kind of cool to be able to go there, and it was a fun night. Thank you.
You know, Councillor Stevens, when I was in the Netherlands, they call their mayor the Burgermeister, right? And there's a position called the Kinderburgermeister. And that's the child Burgermeister, the child mayor. And I feel like maybe your nickname should be Kinderburgermeister, because you're at so many events, just like the Kinderburgermeister. I appreciate that. It does. You're my Kinderburgermeister. Councillor Mako. Councillor Mako made the eternal mistake of trying to press the button a second time. You can tell he's new here.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As Councillor Stevens mentioned, I had the honor of representing City Council at the Ontario Parasport Games, and I was one of the individuals handing out the medals to the athletes, so I had a really unique opportunity to attend track and field events, and it was such an inspiring time, and really the focus is on their abilities, not their disabilities, and I think that was one of my takeaways, that there's so much that these athletes are accomplishing, which was truly inspiring. And that was the Saturday, and then the Sunday I got to hand out medals at the Canadian Secondary School Rowing Championships in Port Louis. And being right in my backyard, I've attended that event many years as a spectator, so being able to present the awards to the athletes again, just you come away from that wanting to go for a workout or do something inspiring yourself, because it's really amazing to see what these athletes can do and with the amount of dedication they put in. And then one event I just wanted to promote this weekend, which maybe hasn't got a lot of attention, but Councillor Williamson and I are planning on attending an elder tree celebration and care demonstration. It's in St. John's Cemetery at 318 Main Street this Saturday from 10 to 1. It's organized by the Tree Trust. So you can learn from an arborist, tree identification tips and demonstrations. It's all about raising awareness about the importance of our elder trees in our community and how to care for them properly. So I thought that's an event that maybe doesn't get a lot of promotion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mako. Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This Saturday, my wife and I had the pleasure of attending the fundraiser for NAC, the Niagara Artist Center at Rodman Hall. Even though the tickets were $200 each, the event was well attended with 145 people. There's bidding on the arts, and some of the arts sold for more than several $1,000s. It was a pleasure. Thank you. And I must say that the Niagara Artist Center individuals are, in my opinion, one of the most entrepreneurial in the city.
I would agree wholeheartedly, Councillor. Councillor Stevens, did you have something you wanted to add?
I'll be in trouble if I don't say this. So this Friday night, the Grantham Lions Club is hosting its first annual movie night. Minecraft is playing. It's a free event. There's a concession stand, popcorn, drinks, candy, lava chicken strips, whatever that is, and donations are being accepted for the Niagara Children's Center. Bring your blankets and pillows. So,
There we go. I will now turn to the clerk for the adoption of the agenda.
There are no amendments to the agenda this evening, and the following items of additional correspondence have been placed in Council Sugar Sync folder. Will also be part of the Council correspondence listing for June 12th, 2025, which is found on the city's website. Confidential memorandum from the CEO of Performing Arts Center regarding 2025-2026 Citizen Board member term extensions, and correspondence from Niagara Association of Realtors regarding item 9.2, Downtown Heritage Conservation District Study.
Can I have a motion to adopt the agenda? Councillor Lindell, seconder. Councillor Phillips. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Adoption of the minutes. There are none. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest this evening? Seeing none, we will move on to item number 5 and the motion to move the consent reports. The motion is the council approve the consent agenda, save and accept those items being brought forward for discussion. Can I have a mover for the consent agenda? Councillor McPherson. I will look to the clerk to read the list of consent reports and call the recorded vote.
Today's consent agenda has 2 items. Item 6.1, Engineering, Facilities, and Environmental Services, Facilities and Energy, Lake Street Service Center, Truck Bay Slab Replacement. And item 6.2, Legal and Clerk Services, Office of the City Clerk, First Ontario Performing Arts Center, Board of Management, 2025-2026 Citizen Board Member Term Extensions. Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Mako.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
That's carried.
Declaration to all presenters. Council chambers in all municipalities in our country represents the seed of local democracy. The many acts that govern us understand the necessity of the collective voice when decisions are being made to grow our spaces, pass our bylaws, and to seek opinions into very complex issues, ensuring safe spaces for all in our public discourse. We recognize the right of the majority to decide, the minority to be heard, the public to have an opportunity to participate, and all participants to be treated with courtesy and respect. It is imperative that elected officials, citizens, and staff have input, and it is paramount that we listen to one another and question one another, but that we understand we do this in a way that never undermines any person's ability or their dignity in our chambers. We respect the right for everyone to have an opinion and remind the audience views of the public do not always reflect those of the Corporation of the City of St. Catharines. There are no public meetings or presentations this evening, so we'll move right on to 9.1, which is Financial Management Services and Engineering, Facilities and Environmental Services, Asset Management, and GIS Asset Management Plan. And prior to discussing the report, I will call upon Anthony Martuccio, the Director of Engineering, Facilities, and Environmental Services, for opening remarks.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Tonight, we are bringing forward the 2025 Asset Management Plan, marking the next steps in our ongoing asset management journey in alignment with OREG 588-17. This plan builds upon the foundational work completed in 2021 and 2023, further advancing our commitment to sustainable and effective asset management. As you know, the city owns and manages a diverse portfolio of assets that are essential to delivering services to our community. Strong asset management helps ensure that we continue providing reliable, sustainable, and cost-effective services while proactively planning for the future. It is important to recognize that asset management is an ongoing and continuous process. As we advance in asset management and focus on service delivery, we will prioritize critical assets, addressing backlog for those assets where necessary, not all assets discriminately, while emphasizing risk reduction over simply minimizing backlog. Our approach is shifting away from maintaining services at historical spending levels towards aligning funding with sustainable service delivery. Through strategic asset renewals, we will strike a balance between affordability and long-term sustainability, ensuring that infrastructure renewable efforts focus on mitigating risk while maintaining essential services. This plan establishes a strategic direction while allowing for future adjustments and improvements as the plan progresses. SLBC was engaged by the city to develop the 2025 Asset Management Plan in collaboration with city staff. SLBC has also been supporting the implementation of ARMS, the city's transformational asset management software system, which integrates a decision support system and a computerized maintenance management system. The project is still ongoing. SLBC's involvement in both transformational initiatives has helped to ensure a level of cohesiveness between these projects. Many of you participated in workshops earlier this year with the consultant, where we revisited core asset management principles and discussed level of service. Your feedback was valuable in shaping this plan, and we appreciate your continued engagement in this process. Staff from SLBC are here this evening to present a high-level overview of the latest asset management plan, outlining key findings and next steps in this ongoing initiative. Council will then have the opportunity to ask preliminary questions. Given the complexity of this document, we appreciate the limited review period and recognize the importance of ensuring informed discussion. After tonight's meeting, Council will have the time to continue reviewing the asset management plan and can ask additional questions via email directed to Samantha Downing, Zoya Kalugina, Christine Douglas, or myself. Questions will be due by the end of the day on Wednesday, June 18th. Staff will then consolidate these inquiries and provide responses in a memo to Council prior to the next Council meeting on June 23rd, where staff will be seeking endorsement of the 2025 Asset Management Plan. I will now turn it over to Eric and Akil from SLBC, who will present the 2025 Asset Management Plan and provide further insight into its key components.
Thank you very much. Get it up high enough here. I'm Eric. I'm joined by my colleague Akil. He'll join us for questions after the discussion. Thank you for having us this evening. So a quick agenda on what we're going to talk about. Anthony gave a great summary of the project so far, but we'll go over a quick review of the scope and objectives for the asset management plan, some key findings, and then review the state of the infrastructure, the life cycle forecast, financial strategy, as well as the risk mitigation strategies that the city is going to be employing, as well as next steps for the city moving forward, as asset management is a journey and not a specific destination that we're trying to achieve. As far as the scope of the asset management plan, this asset management plan covers all of the assets that support city services. Shown in the box on the side, there's many different assets that support a variety of services at the city. And the intention of this asset management plan is to comply with the Ontario regulation by July 1st of this year, in alignment with every municipality in Ontario. What is included in this asset management is proposed levels of service that are appropriate based on affordability and risk. And the intention of this asset management plan is to support an improved citywide asset management program that balances things like affordability, sustainability, risk, as well as stakeholder expectations. Now, the asset management plan is a work in progress, and it's mid-implementation for various technologies that are currently under implementation at the city. So it was only used for a subset of the technology was only used for a subset of the assets, and the intention is moving forward to use the technology to develop asset management plans on an ongoing basis. Of note as well, I just wanted to highlight that parks includes many different assets, included pools, fields, paths, site works, piers. There's a lot that's included under that parks portfolio. As far as key findings, the city manages $7.7 billion in infrastructure assets, and 71% of those assets are in fair or better condition. This is a high-level view. We'll dive into some of these details in a few slides, but overall, the plan is forecasting $170.8 million annually to be spent on infrastructure. Renewal, which is replacing assets at $88 million a year, growth at $15.3 million a year, operations and maintenance at $65.5, and then non-infrastructure solutions, which is $2 million, which that includes strategies and plans to support managing infrastructure in a more efficient and effective manner. Now, this does result in a gap of $17.9 million a year, and we'll dive into a bit more detail on what that looks like in a few slides. That includes the renewal, the operations and maintenance growth, and non-infrastructure solutions. As far as the state of the infrastructure, several service areas show a large proportion of assets at both ends of the condition spectrum. Water, wastewater, stormwater, information technology show a large portion of percentage of the assets in that very good state. Now, there are some areas that have a large portion in that very poor condition state as well: water, fire, and parks. The purpose of the asset management plan is to identify renewal strategies with city staff to make sure that there's a clear plan of attack for addressing those very poor and poor conditioned assets. And as Anthony mentioned, the focus is on high risk, high consequence failures to ensure that service is continued and that its assets are managed in a cost-effective way. As well, you'll notice that there's some gray bars in the different groups. The city is aware of some data gaps, and the intention is moving forward that the city staff will be addressing some of those data gaps for stormwater, for streetlights, trails, parks, and natural assets. This will support improved life cycle investment strategies moving forward. As far as the life cycle forecast, the operations and maintenance is the first graph on the left there. This shows $65.5 million average annual spend for operations and maintenance. What this forecast was developed, it was developed based on projecting the operations and maintenance cost in alignment with the expected growth in the asset portfolio. So as you're adding new assets to the infrastructure base, you're increasing the operations and maintenance cost in alignment with that growth so that you're operating and maintaining your assets in the most efficient and effective manner. The growth in the upgrade investments, that's the other figure shown here. This is the small little line at the top of the figure shows the growth in the asset portfolio in comparison to the overall asset portfolio. So this is showing an average of $15.3 million in city spending on growth to meet new population demands. And there's even a smaller line where the city is assuming various assets from developers, and that equates to about $8 million a year that the city would be assuming from development. And really this growth is to meet service expansion for population growth and to meet varying community expectations. As far as some scenarios that were looked at in the asset management plan as per the Ontario regulation, we looked at 3 different scenarios. Scenario A was anticipated funding, so this was based on the city's current and historical capital and operating budgets. Scenario B looked at maintaining current levels of service, estimating the funding required to prevent current service levels from dropping. And then the scenario C looked at the proposed levels of service. And as Anthony mentioned, really this is what we're showing in the following figures, representing a balanced investment strategy, optimizing the long-term value from city investments, aligning with community priorities, reducing risk, and enhancing service quality over time. Now, what this showed is the forecast for renewal. So this is showing the condition of the assets over the 10-year forecast period. And this is for the rate-based assets, water and wastewater. So showing the portfolio in excess of $3.5 billion. And the renewal forecast was in alignment with the previously approved financial strategy for water and wastewater. And that's showing an improvement in overall condition over the course of that 10-year period, where the percent of very poor conditioned assets is decreasing from 16% currently to 8% over the course of the 10-year period. And that's also increasing the percentage of fair or better conditioned assets from 73 to 82. So overall, providing significant improvement in asset condition. For the tax-based assets, the proposed renewal spending at 47.1 million annually. This shows a slight improvement in asset performance from 5% of assets in very poor condition currently to 4% in 2035. Now, there is a percentage, the percentage of assets in fair or better condition does decrease from 77 to 74 over the course of that 10-year period, but as you'll note that there is a portion of assets in that unknown condition state, so city staff will be working to understand the condition of those assets over the next few years. As far as the financing strategy, and this might be very small in your screen, apologies for that, but we just wanted to highlight the financing strategy to meet the proposed levels of service highlights that there is a shortfall of $17.9 million annually. The renewal portion of that is $9.6 million. Notice that there are highlighted a few key areas where these funding gaps do exist. And also noting that that 17.9 does include renewal, operations and maintenance, and the growth and the non-infrastructure solutions. But noting that transportation has a $6.5 million gap, buildings and facilities, a $6 million gap, natural assets 1.4, and parking at 1.8. If these funding gaps are not addressed, this could lead to deferring growth projects, deferring renewals, greater maintenance needs due to assets deteriorating over time, and potentially increased risk to service delivery overall. Now, what the city is doing to mitigate some of that financial risk. So to address this funding shortfall, the city plans to defer some of those lower risk renewal projects while increasing the frequency of inspections on some of those assets to make sure that safety and reliability is still maintained. Considerations as well for increasing infrastructure levy, looking at various grants from different levels of government, exploring alternative service delivery models, as well as strategically divesting of assets that might not meet service expectations within the city moving forward. As well, Anthony mentioned that there's ongoing technology projects that will support predictive maintenance and life cycle optimization for assets, which will support help reduce those long-term costs and improve decision-making at the city overall. As far as next steps for the asset management program, the intention is to implement updates to the asset management strategy, including integrating the levels of service that were presented in the asset management plan, and the detail is included in the asset management plan document, as well as incorporating the DOT renewal forecast. And DOT is the software that the city is implementing to support optimized life cycle investments. The intention as well is to integrate the asset management plan financial requirements into the long-range financial planning. So really figuring out where the rubber hits the road as far as financial strategies to meet the needs and requirements outlined in the asset management plan. And then as well, to continue to advance the asset condition assessments, enhance data collection, as I mentioned previously, engaging departments across the city and various folks in implementing the asset management plan, making sure that everybody's on board and aligned with the approach moving forward. And as well to continue the implementation of the ARMS program, which is the Asset Resource Management System, and to support and integrate that into the asset management planning activities moving forward. That is a presentation. I'm open to questions.
All right, thank you for the presentation. At this time, I am to remind council that questions are about the presentation only, not the content of the report. The staff recommendation will be discussed at the June 23rd council meeting. So we are only asking questions related to the report or to the presentation at this time. Councillor Kushner.
Well, if that's the case, Mr. Mayor, I may be incorrect by asking What is the impact of financing that $70 million that you referred to, $170 million?
So the impact, could you clarify that question a little bit? The impact of financing it? That's the bullet 2 here shown on the screen is the long-range financial plan. We'll dive into that detail, and that's kind of the next phase of work outcome from the asset management plan.
And you have no idea what that would be?
So
roughly.
the initial anticipated funding is based on historical levels. So that is where, I'll go back a slide here, where the anticipated funding based on historical levels is at $152.9 million a year.
Right.
The proposed service levels are 170.8, right? So that results in that $17.9 million gap. But the intention is the city's going to explore various risk mitigation strategies. Now that the information is known, then the city can explore different opportunities to address that gap moving forward.
Thank
So the
you.
specifics on that is not necessarily clear at this point in time. It's
Right.
the first step in the process.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kushner. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What I find a bit of a good news story from what I recollect about past presentations on these issues is that wastewater funding is actually going to put us in a good situation 10 years down the road. So that's not an area of concern now for us.
Yeah, so that was the intention, based on previous reports that have come through in terms of the water and wastewater financial component. It is a note that there are ongoing servicing strategies that are in the works right now for water, wastewater, and stormwater, which will identify any capacity upgrades that might be required to meet population demands and that type of thing. And those will come as future reports going forward. So that's where that growth number is potentially not the most accurate at this point in time, but the city is working on various reports to get the more accurate assessments of the growth demands for the infrastructure assets.
Okay, and then you've got a section on climate change, and we know we're going to be facing more frequent and more intense storms. So is that a bit of a best guess in terms of how our infrastructure is going to handle those weather events?
Yeah, it's a common question that we get across various municipalities. There is a section in each of the asset groupings on what the city is currently planning to do related to climate change to those specific asset types. They have conducted various risk assessments for some of those critical assets. And the intention moving forward is to identify mitigation strategies to support kind of the resilience of this infrastructure moving forward.
Thank you. And then you can tell I haven't read this. I know we're not actually dealing with it for 2 weeks. I haven't read it in great detail yet. But in terms of the parks don't include the buildings and facilities in like arenas and pools are categorized under buildings and facilities.
Arenas are there. The pools are in the parks. Assets. But you'll see in the actual document itself, it shows the opening table will show a list of all the assets that are included in each of the different service areas,
Right.
and provide that level of detail for you.
So if it's washrooms or changing facilities in a park, that would be fit under the parks heading?
Yes, I'm pretty sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Again, as far as our parks are concerned, it's indicated that there's in my mind, a substantial section that is in very poor condition. When you looked at that, for instance, tomorrow we're opening a splash pad in Meriton as well as tennis courts. We've indicated that we're going to be doing a big renewal at Fairview Park. We just did an opening recently in our ward in Grantham. Have those initiatives been taken into account when you've given the need for improvement as such?
Yeah, so with parks assets, those were primarily based on age, and the condition is reflective of the age of the assets, and then we have an expected service life for each asset. What was presented previously through workshops with one of my colleagues, Elaine, The council discussions resulted in that the funding would stay the same as what's been previously allocated until city staff could have a better handle of asset condition. So the intention is to get a better understanding of those assets, the parks assets specifically, so that there's a clearer forecast in the future for those parks assets as far as life cycle intervention and that type of thing. But the actual like physical projects that you have planned, those would be addressing those very poor conditioned assets. So as like if we were to come next year with an update, those assets would be in very good condition as opposed to being in very poor condition.
Okay, so we can anticipate that very poor line going up well, not significantly, but going up, given the projects that we're undertaking now, right? That's what you're saying?
Sorry, I couldn't hear you clearly.
Okay. In the near future, as you've indicated, we've got projects that are going to be opening tomorrow or in the very near future. You're going to, in anticipation of those being opened and completed, we can obviously see that very poor being moved up significantly. Or it's moved up, maybe not significantly, but.
Yeah, through the chair, yes, that's correct. As assets are being repaired, reconstructed, or replaced through the capital program, their conditions will reset from very poor to good or very good condition.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mako.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the presenters, could you go back to the risk mitigation slide? It was maybe just one before. I was just curious, beyond the financial investment that we know is required, are there any examples of operational or either technology-based solutions we might be considering to mitigate risks for our aging infrastructure? Just I'm looking for examples of doing business differently, examples of innovation that you might be aware of.
Yeah, and that's the intention of the tool that's currently being rolled out. Overall, the DOT system is to intentionally optimize investments based on risk. So the city went through a pretty detailed consequence of failure assessment for their assets to rank what would be the impact of various assets failing. And then the intention is moving forward to use that type of tool in the optimized technology system to prioritize investments into those high risk, high critical assets so that you're allocating those dollars in the most effective or efficient manner. And then for some of those lower risk assets, potentially increasing the frequency of inspections on those, making sure that they're still safe, but they might still be performing at a certain service level that's acceptable to the city.
So that's the DOT program? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ratzlaff.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you. I've had the privilege of going through this asset deficit journey for the last 3 years. But each time we kind of talk about it and we see the spending gap, it shrunk. And I think that's a good thing because, right, obviously, but it's due to the fact, I think, that because we're getting a better sense of the condition of our assets. And so I'm just wondering, like, where in that journey would you say we are with this $17.8 million gap? Like, how confident are we at this point, 3 years in, of the condition of the roads, say? Like, our confidence level must be improving.
Yeah, and that's absolutely true. What identified is that small portion of the unknown conditioned assets. Those are the ones that are unclear at this point in time. I would say that you're above or beyond the average of various municipalities in Ontario as far as your maturity in asset management. Implementing a technology system is a significant step in that process. Getting all of the assets into that system is an ongoing process that's happening right now, and that's why it was only used for a portion of the assets overall. It's still a work in progress, which is why there is a list of actions that go along with the asset management plan. The DOT system was only used for water, wastewater, stormwater, roads, and facilities. All of the other assets were based on just a rudimentary model at this point in time. So the intention is moving forward using that optimized life cycle system to really provide a lot of value moving forward in that risk-based analysis.
Yeah, no, that's great, because I think we started at close to 60, and then the next one I saw was 20, and now we're at 17, so.
Yeah, through the chair, I would just also add that the purpose of the asset management plan is not really to identify or solve the infrastructure gap. That's something that's not going to be solved within your lifetime or even possibly my lifetime. The purpose of the asset management plan, rather, is to identify, namely, that one exists, communicate what the risks are, and then lay out what the service trade-offs are as a result of that.
Yeah, appreciate it, thanks.
All right, seeing no other questions or comments, gentlemen, thank you very much for the presentation. Can I get a councillor to move the motion to receive the presentation? Councillor Phillips, Councillor Dodge. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Great. Thank you, gentlemen. And at this time, can I have a councillor to move the recommendation in the report? Councillor McPherson, Councillor Kushner, and this will be referring to City Council for consideration of the staff recommendation at the meeting of June 23rd, 2025. At this time, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor McPherson?
Yes.
Councillor Kushner?
Yes.
Councillor Dodge?
Yes.
Councillor Lindell?
Yes.
Councillor Mako?
Yes.
Councillor Phillips?
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff?
Yes.
Councillor Stevens?
Yes.
Councillor Williamson?
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
That's carried.
All right. Moving on to 9.2, Planning and Building Services Downtown Heritage Conservation District Study. Prior to discussing the report, I will look to Megan Rivard and Lasha Jones from Stantec to present. You can raise the lectern. It was just very high a moment ago and I couldn't see my counsel. There's two buttons right down on the arrow buttons. There you go. Perfect. It's the most high-tech part of our entire chamber.
All right. Well, hello, everyone. Just got papers and buttons. 1 second here. There we go. All right. Lasha, my colleague, and I are here tonight to talk about the Heritage Conservation District study that we completed for downtown St. Catharines. You'll see on the screen a very brief agenda. A number of you have heard us speak many times now. This is going to be an abbreviated version of that with a focus on the study background and process, as well as the findings and recommendations. We've got some new historic photos in here too as well. Don't worry, there's not a lot of legislative references in here, but we want to give a broad sense of why the study was initiated in the first place. So as many of you know, there have been a number of legislative changes to the Ontario Heritage Act, essentially beginning with Bill 23, the More Homes Built Faster Act, affecting how properties are listed on the Municipal Heritage Registry. You will see from there that this study area includes 97 of the 163 properties that are listed on the city's register. And as you all are very familiar with, there is some anticipated growth and intensification planned for the downtown. All of these things kind of culminating in the direction from the official plan and others to celebrate the city's heritage and history. Also, heritage conservation districts are long-standing provincially regulated tools that are used, already here in St. Catharines. You have 5, but also across the province. There are a total of 147 heritage conservation districts that represent more than 26,000 individual protected properties. This includes at least 36 commercial districts and 20 mixed-use districts that include a commercial component. Big question, what does the study do? So we have one single question at the kind of goal of our study, And that is, does this area meet, whatever the area is, the threshold to be considered a district? That threshold has been determined through the Ontario Heritage Act as being 25% of the properties within any given area meeting 2 or more criteria that signify significance. For those that know, these are Ontario Regulation 906 that generally look at design, historical, and contextual value. So there are 9 total criteria to look at. In order to meet the criteria, that kind of threshold, properties need to, 25% of those properties need to meet that threshold of 2 criteria or more. You'll hear from Lasha here in a moment about some of the percentages of the various areas that we broke down. But ultimately, the key question is, of our study, does this area meet the criteria to be a district? From there, we've developed a number of recommendations. We've also looked at, if you've reviewed the report, it is not a light one. So you'll see on the screen here the contents of the report and all of the factors that we consider in making our recommendations with regards to the various options around districts. We look at a number of different things from that historical context, which I'll talk about here in a moment, all the way through to the existing framework, streetscapes, gateways. There are a number of components of the neighborhood that we've analyzed and quantified in a lot of ways that feed into our evaluation and the results and recommendations here before you today. So on the findings front, I'm going to pass it here to Lasha in just a moment, but first, wanted to be able to convey, from a historical perspective, my background is in public history. I'm a Brock graduate, actually. And understanding, even having spent 5 years here, don't judge, understanding the history of this place, truly and very much kind of the essence of it is still present in the streetscapes. You still see it today. I could spend hours talking about the history, but I've pulled out a few key points here, as well as I've got some here in my notes. So the proposed district, or district study area, does have this direct connection, as you all know, to Niagara Region's Indigenous histories. The alignment of St. Paul Street in particular approximates the route of an Indigenous trail, commonly called the Iroquois Trail. This trail linked Albany, New York through to Detroit, Michigan, and served as a major east-west route for Indigenous people, fur traders, explorers, and early colonists. Also, stating the obvious, St. Catharines' social and economic trajectory was permanently altered in the 1820s when the Welland Canal was opened through the community. The canal's prominent location downtown and its role downtown remains stamped into the landscape. You see this marked by the valley east of St. Paul, as well as the many structures on stilts, which is truly unique from a provincial perspective, probably nationally as well. But looking at the 19th century, so the 1800s, and kind of the latter half of it here, the Garden City, as you well know, and it became known as that, not only locally, but regionally, acting as a commercial center since at least the mid-19th century. St. Catharines has long been, again, stating the obvious, known for its beautiful landscapes and fulsome lands with which the Garden City name came from. Also, it would be remiss if I didn't mention the important destination on the Underground Railroad. Many freedom seekers more than likely stopped and shopped on St. Paul Street's thriving commercial corridor. Finally, and I will go quickly through this last one, St. Paul Street is also an intact pre-car commercial landscape. We've done a number of these districts across the province and have not seen anything like this in our careers. So these commercial buildings, they're typically 2 to 4 stories, as you know, attached structures with a first-story storefront and upper-story dwelling units. Well, this is very common across Ontario and really much of North America during the mid-19th to early 20th centuries. It's this linear arrangement of the buildings and their compact footprints that reflect the dependence on streetcar service as opposed to the automobile, and also, the walkability in a period before cars were used. Finally, you see in the civic core, which Lasha will get into here in a moment, the region's significance as a political, economic, and social center. It also includes many civic, religious, institutional spaces. I could go on, but I will be quick. Oh, sorry, one last slide. Many of you have seen this before. You'll see the next image as well, but this is the construction period. Just to kind of hit home, many of the oldest buildings in the study are older than the city itself. They're certainly older than the country as well. As you see, 33% of the entire study area contains buildings that were built before 1875, and then well over a majority that were built prior to World War I. You see on the map here as well the concentration. The darker purples are the pre-1852 properties, and the lighter ones are the generally growing to the later. So obviously the concentration across St. Paul Street, as well as the kind of pockets that we'll speak to now.
So what does this mean? Simply put, you have a wealth of heritage resources in your downtown core. They really tell the story of your community's downtown from the late 18th century onwards. And again, as we mentioned, this includes more than half of the properties that are currently listed on the city's register. The wealth of resources includes many different types of buildings and properties and streetscapes that translate into what we identified as 3 distinct sub-areas. Next. The St. Paul sub-area, the Civic Center sub-area, and the South Church Street sub-area. And these sub-areas really represent different chapters in the story of St. Catharines. And as a refresher, the St. Paul sub-area is really centered around that historic street wall that Megan mentioned on St. Paul Street. It contains 138 properties and really reflects that sort of early commercial corridor with the consistent street wall, connected buildings and setbacks. That really sort of dense urban fabric that is different and really kind of central to that historic commercial core. The Civic Center sub-area is, it really speaks to St. Catharines' role in as a regional center containing those civic and institutional properties with a range of building dates, from your 19th century churches to more contemporary institutional buildings, as well as City Hall, the building we're in here today. This area has fewer buildings overall, but these buildings are often much larger and take up a much bigger visual and physical presence, with the addition in many cases of sort of landscaped grounds or courtyards. And finally, the South Church Street sub-area, which contains many properties that were originally constructed as residences but have been converted to commercial use, as well as existing residences or small walk-up apartments that function as more of a transitional area between that commercial downtown core and the residential areas in neighborhoods to the west. So in terms of our evaluation, as mentioned, the main question of the study seeks to answer whether this crosses the threshold to be considered an HCD. So we evaluated the study area as a whole and found that 51% of properties met 2 or more criteria. So this is double what the requirement is of that 25% threshold. We also looked at each one of the sub-areas individually and evaluated them separately. The St. Paul sub-area met that threshold with 74% of properties meeting 2 or more criteria. The Civic Center sub-area, 65% met 2 or more, and the South Church Street sub-area, 61% met 2 or more criteria. So this brings us to our recommendations. And as noted, the study area and each sub-area meets the threshold. And in this study, given the range of different types of resources, the size of the study area, and what we heard from public consultation, we provided multiple options for council to consider. The first is option 1, proceeding with an HCD plan for the entire study area. This is a fairly straightforward option, looking at doing an HCD plan for this entire area because it meets the threshold under the Act. In our experience, HCD plans with areas like this with large sizes and many different types of resources would have different policies and guidelines that are applicable to the different sub-areas or building types. While it results in one overall plan, it does not mean that there is a one-size-fits-all approach to each and every property. Option 2 would look to prepare an HCD plan for just those sub-areas. So really it looks at effectively a reduced boundary from option 1, focusing on the areas that contain the highest concentration of resources. So that area in green there would be what the plan would be prepared for. Option 3 looks at the sub-areas, but instead of doing one HCD plan, this would look at 3 separate HCD plans, so one for each sub-area. This allows us to tailor policies and guidelines for that particular area and the distinct resources in it. Each would have their own distinct plan, prepared at the same timeline, however, but would likely have separate engagement and appeal processes, again, specific to that sub-area. Option 4 is very similar to option 3, distinct HCD plans for each sub-area. However, the difference here would be the timeline. In this case, in this option, HCD plans would be prepared at staggered timelines, so not all at once, but at separate timelines. This would allow the city to prioritize one area, proceeding and completing that process before embarking on another, allowing for that sort of wait-and-see approach. We understand that this is staff's alternative recommendation, prioritizing St. Paul Street as the preferred sub-area to start with. And finally, option 5 includes an option that does not involve proceeding with an HCD plan. There are other approaches that could be considered, including individual designation reports for the 97 listed properties in the study area, or exploring other planning tools like a community planning permit system or a secondary plan to help guide change for new development, as well as maintaining and enhancing existing incentives like CIP grants, or exploring new incentives such as property tax increment finance programs. It's important to note in this alternative that there would be no process to manage change or demolition for buildings unless they are individually designated under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act. This could result in a more labor-intensive or cost-intensive approach to protecting listed properties. And alternative planning approaches would provide some tools for managing change, but primarily directed for new development, unless specific heritage processes are established. The CPPS or secondary plan approaches would also require their own separate processes, including engagement and appeal processes. So it's an entirely different planning tool and planning process. So with that, I know there's it's a lengthy report and there's a lot of a lot of information to cover, but we are more than happy to answer any questions you might have.
All right, any questions from council to the presenters? Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The question I have is last week we had 2 properties demolished at the end of St. Paul Street by NAC, and that they were demolished for future expansion of the Niagara Artist Center. Now, under your guidelines, would they have been permitted? Would demolition have been permitted?
I think that would depend on the policies of the plan and the type of building. I can't speak to that exactly without knowing the specifics of the buildings, but it would at least allow for a process where demolition would come before you, council, to make that decision and have those conversations.
Okay, and then we had the property on 1 St. Paul Street, which is very appealing. Would that have been permitted under the procedures that you're suggesting this evening?
Again, the point of an HCD plan is to provide the framework and structure for managing change, to provide basically the objectives that the community wants to see set forth in the plan that allows council to make decisions that are consistent with those objectives. So it allows for that decision-making process. So that would be really whatever, depending on what the objectives of the plan are and what the priorities are.
Okay, and on page 5 of your report, you indicate that the Heritage District not be required to have restrictions that are traditionally associated with heritage districts. What does that mean?
Do you want to take that?
Yeah, I think that concept is looking to get at the idea that it's not a one-size-fits-all kind of plan. So when people think heritage, they think we must maintain all windows or we must maintain some of the intricacies. There is a wide spectrum of treatments for heritage buildings that would be considered in a district. So it's not going to necessarily, or doesn't have to get into the granular, like, dare I say, a local municipality close by. It could also be very, very flexible and allow for not needing to consider windows necessarily, or not needing to consider some of the things that other folks might consider to be traditionally heritage, quote unquote.
Okay, the other areas we have in the city are, for the most part, residential, and this is mainly commercial when you talk about St. Paul Street. Did you look at any impacts that heritage designation had on a commercial area?
As far as like viability of commercial areas, or do you mean? So
Yes.
I imagine you see in our reports, we had a number of extensive consultations, and we heard quite loudly from the commercial community. Having said that, though, it's not something that we can necessarily analyze from a business perspective, if that makes sense, because we're not really concerned with what's inside the building. We're concerned with what the building looks like outside and maintaining that historic character. So it doesn't necessarily speak to viability of business or any of those kind of components.
Right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the presenters. So to be clear from the outset, we would not even be involved in this very expensive process had Doug Ford not brought in Bill 23 and some of these other legislative changes that that government has brought in.
That might be a question better asked for staff necessarily, because the budget did come before you. But having said that, it certainly influenced the way that heritage resources are managed across the province. So,
okay, I'll ask it in a little different way. The regime that we had in place with the registers and protecting our heritage structures, the ones that were designated, was that working in a sustainable, effective fashion before the provincial government has interfered with the process?
yeah, so municipalities are losing a tool, right? They're losing the listing tool, which was kind of a stopgap between identifying something as designated and defining all of those attributes and being very specific, and just ignoring historic buildings. So that listing tool was like it could be significant kind of call that would institute some consideration by staff or council at the demolition side, for example. So, we might be a little biased. We think the listing process was working pretty well. But also understanding and acknowledging that it introduced a little bit of gray into, I think, what the provincial government is looking to make more black and white.
Great, thank you. And then as a fellow Brock grad, much younger than me, of course, you probably have been made aware, I guess, of some of the landmark buildings that we've lost in the downtown, like Queen Street YMCA, YWCA, the old Opera House, Gourds and Shooters. I don't know if you spent any time in there. I spent too much time in there. Formerly known as the Midtown Hotel, the Welland House we recently lost, and Carnegie Library. So we've already lost a significant number of architectural buildings. And you were made aware of that as you're engaged in this process?
Certainly.
Thank you. You mentioned St. Paul Street wall and how damaging it would be if we lost the continuity. The analogy's been made to losing teeth. So in terms of the streetscapes, is that the most important one to protect, would you say? Is it fair to suggest that?
I think they all have, the values are different. I don't think we as heritage professionals would say that one is necessarily more important than another, but because they're all very different. The continuity of St. Paul Street, again, I think you might notice some of those changes more, but that's not to say you may not notice them in other areas as well. So I think it's not necessarily a case of more important, but maybe that might be more where intensification is also likely to occur, so where it's more likely to happen.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, my question's sort of along the same lines as Councillor Williamson. So you've mentioned in the report that there's 102, I think. Sorry, I lost my screen here. 102 contributing properties. And he's also mentioned, some of the properties that we've already lost that are no longer in our inventory. And you kind of said this area, that area, and that area sort of thing. In those areas, say, moving forward, we picked St. Paul Street that we want to, kind of recognize. In the other areas, are there any actual properties that might be something that we should look at? Like, even if we didn't do, and like, is there a list that we could have of those properties that you think would be relative to keep in mind to keep under our Heritage Act or whatever?
There are still listed properties in in all of the sub-areas. I think we also identified a list of things that have the potential to meet the criteria for individual designation as well. I think many of them were listed, but others had not been listed at this point. So there certainly are properties outside of St. Paul Street that could have merit on their own, as well as being part of those larger sub-areas.
Okay, so we do have a list somewhere? I didn't see that.
The city's register is that list, but I think within the report as well, we identified some other individual properties. I don't remember particularly what page or what section, but.
Okay. Okay.
Having said that too, the properties that were identified to be contributing in each sub-area, it meant that they met the 2 criteria threshold, and that, as you may or may not know, is also the threshold for an individual property designation. So it would mean that it would be, based on the research that we've done, it would be a candidate for designation.
Okay.
If you so choose.
Yeah, and I'm asking that because, we have so many properties that are beautiful, and you don't always necessarily know the history behind them, and they might be overlooked if we were to say, okay, well, you know what, we want to, you've given us lots of options, and there's lots of things that, should be saved or whatever, and, you go in about the red tape and stuff like that. So some of that stuff, if we could be more guided to some of those things, if we were to go in a direction, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, the presenters. How would this affect when the government wants to come in and build things like my colleagues have mentioned, the old library got torn down to build a provincial courthouse. A lot of the big properties downtown were demolished for government use. The Performing Arts Center area that was done by the city, parking garages. So how does this affect that level if the city or higher up governments want to do something and it's in a heritage and want to demolish it for the better good, say?
It provides the framework for managing that change. So it would usually set out a framework for what type of properties could be considered, ideally directing demolition to non-contributing properties, but also sets out the framework for what new development should look like so that it still is sympathetic or contributes to the overall character of that area. So it doesn't mean that change can't happen. We don't want districts to stop things from changing. We know that municipalities need to evolve and grow as things go forward. It's the district plan is a tool to help manage that change in a way that is compatible with the character of the area.
All right, thank you.
It would also, sorry, if I could just add on to that too, and not to get into any like provincial zoning like MZOs or anything like that, but it would bring demolitions before council for approval. It would, as opposed to going through the building committee, or the building department, it would come before council as far as removal goes.
Well, I'm sure that when the MTO building came forward, I'm sure everybody was happy to tear down what was ever there because the promise of thousands and thousands of jobs that never materialized. So, yeah, I think we have to watch that, so.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you both for the presentation. With regards, and I'm going to focus on St. Paul Street for just my questions. When you look at the contributing buildings, how does the percentage compare to other districts that you have worked on?
That's a very good question.
Great question.
I think our answer may not be very satisfactory because these are new criteria. So they have not been used much lately. I think we only have one other district we've worked on that has had to use them. Prior to this, there were no thresholds. It was based on other factors from the toolkit, so more of like a kind of sense of place and frameworks and things like that. So unfortunately, we don't have the information there because it's still too new to really gauge.
Okay.
But we will keep the statistics from here on out such that we can report back to you.
Okay, thank you kindly. So I guess then I'll ask a question about the criteria. Is the criteria that in making the decision now better, or is it more quantifiable than in the past?
Another very good question. I think it's helpful in some ways. It provides a number. It provides that sort of hard data that people often want to understand. Prior to that, there were no real, there was no legislated requirements or things like that. It was just sort of, there was guidance in the toolkit, and these were some of the things that districts typically had, and we see whether they met them or not. We still used that guidance because we find that the toolkit guidance, and now the toolkit has changed slightly since we completed our study, but much of the kind of intent is still there. The challenge sometimes with the criteria is that they don't always necessarily reflect everything. You might have buildings that meet 2 criteria, but they're all different criteria. So we give the example, I think, of if you have 4 buildings at an intersection, only one of those has to meet it, right? But does that one that meets the 2 criteria have any relationship to the other 4 around it? So we like to look at other factors as well to help us kind of define what is important and special or unique about an area. So we look at both as kind of a mix. The threshold is really helpful just to say, this is the box, it checks it. But there's, even just looking at this area, that's why we included the toolkit analysis too, because we find that helps fill in the gaps of just that kind of numerical.
Okay, thank you. And I don't want to ruin my good question run, but I will. It's a streak. It's magical. The question, you mentioned the St. Paul Street and the curve of St. Paul Street being tied to the Indigenous community. Were the Indigenous community consulted in any way when it came to the designation or involving the history of St. Paul Street?
Yes, we did have consultation with the with Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation and the Niagara Regional Native Center, and I believe consultation would be ongoing if this were to enter the plan stage as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ratzlaff.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you. Thanks for the presentation and doing all this work. There's a lot here to digest. This is a little bit outside of your report, but when you're thinking about historical districts in Ontario and comparing St. Paul Street to other downtowns that have historical districts, because you talked a little bit about how the historical district plan, which would be the next step if we decide to go forward, can be shaped by the community's vision for that area, right? There's not one size fits all. Some people wanted the plan to dictate what color paint to use. I used to paint buildings, and I learned that quickly. But others are more permissible. And I get a sense from this community that we would be, if we decided to go for a plan, erring on the more laissez-faire versions. And so when I look at Cobourg, Collingwood, Port Hope, Cambridge, Peterborough, all these communities that have downtowns that are vibrant and they have historical districts there, would you be able to point to any maybe that you've worked on before or that you've looked at that would err more on the laissez-faire version than the micromanaging version that we have here in Niagara and other places other than St. Catharines?
Yeah, I think St. Thomas is an example of one that has both policies and guidelines. So it was structured in a way where the policies are the ones that have more of the shall language, but it's also supported by guidelines that are meant to be more encouraging. And so they're not as rigid, perhaps. The policies really speak to what we heard from that community in consultation and what kind of mattered most to them. So that's how that plan was structured. I think there's other examples too. Different communities have different approaches. Some of the older plans, again, have different approaches, but that's just, again, they were created before sort of different changes to the Heritage Act. It's sort of, I think the requirements too of the Heritage Act now mean that every HCD plan will also have a list of exemptions, so things that do not require a heritage alteration permit. So in some communities that is smaller, and some communities that is much longer, depending on what the community has identified as being something that they don't want to see have a permit, and what they do.
Yeah, and there are a few examples in the GTA as well, and which is, I know, a hard comparison to make, but thinking of Maple was another one that we had worked on, that we took an existing plan, significantly reduced the size of the district, but provided the more precise and custom, for lack of better ways of saying it, policies. So, like, obviously in a document like this, everyone is not going to have their opinion specifically represented. Our goal is to hear what everyone is saying and then write policies that reflect that opinion, whether that be the minute or the very, very open kind of demolition control kind of approach.
Yeah, that's helpful. Just, we have residents who express a desire to, manage the change in our downtown core. On the one hand, you hear a need for housing, increasing the supply, and we have approved a bunch of buildings in our downtown core. But on the other hand, you have residents who will say, well, we don't want to be Toronto. We want to keep something unique about our downtown and our community. And so just being able to tailor that to suit our needs is good to hear that, you're able to do that. A historical district plan that focused primarily on maintaining the facade or making sure that street wall in St. Paul doesn't come down without saying, let's just wait 1 second before you knock that down and have a discussion. Like, I think residents in St. Catharines would expect us to kind of have a discussion before large sections of St. Paul came down. Like, is that, from what I hear anyways, like that is something that's within the realm of possibility when we talk about a historical district plan?
Now, we race to see who can answer this one first, yes.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it's important to note too, HD plans typically only deal with exteriors and primarily often the front facade. They don't cover interior works. That's not what the district designation intends to deal with. So any changes on the interior don't require heritage permits. It's usually just the exterior to begin with.
Yeah, and we work with a lot of clients on the developer side of the table, if you will. And we understand, we've given presentations all over the place about how these neighborhoods tend to be the most desirable because they're walkable, because they're close to amenities, a whole number of reasons. So it makes sense that these places are looking to be intensified, increased density, those kind of things. That can be done in a district, and I think you can look to whether it be Toronto or other smaller municipalities that have been able to bring in the density while still maintaining the character. And that's kind of the goal and very much the philosophy we take when it comes to districts.
Awesome. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Since the province has brought in this so-called mandate, are there other cities similar in size to ours that are embarking on an initiative to what we're doing?
Yes, as soon as the legislation changed, there was certainly a number of Heritage Conservation District study proposals released by municipalities.
What other cities would you?
Guelph, Cambridge, Smiths Falls.
Could go on for a little while. Ottawa's got a few, Toronto's got a few.
Numerous updates to existing plans as well. So it's
many.
Yes, many.
Many. Okay, thank you.
And for the record too, I mentioned it in passing, but it's a tool that's been around for 25 years?
Close to
40, my bad. So it's a very well-established tool that I think municipalities tend to be more familiar with, and we've seen them taking that advantage of it.
But the mandate from the province has kind of jump-started it for other cities?
Yeah, because it ends the listing process, the district is kind of an efficient way to look at a large area.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mako.
Through you, Mayor, to the presenters, I found it interesting in the public engagement how the larger city was supportive of the district, but it was the business owners themselves that were more in opposition, probably because their businesses are located, so they have more of a financial vested interest. But in the report, you mentioned a number of mitigation strategies like the tax rebate program, reduction in red tape. What was the response from the business community when those ideas were presented? Were they well received?
I would never want to speak for the community. I suspect that you'll hear from them soon here. The business community specifically, the BIA and the extra meetings that we did, no, they didn't make much of a difference, to be honest. Yeah.
Yeah, just because it seemed like they were attempting to specifically address the concerns that were raised.
It's not uncommon, if I'm honest. I think we see a wide variety of perspectives with those incentives, whether they're financial, planning, or otherwise. So it's, not necessarily a unique situation.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no further questions or comments, thank you to the presenters for their presentation. Could I get a mover and a seconder to receive the presentation? Councillor Williamson, Councillor McPherson, all those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Thank you again. At this time, I will call upon James Nielsen, the Senior Project Manager, to present.
We good? Yep, there we go. Thanks, everybody, to the mayor, to the council, to everybody in attendance. I'm James Nielsen. I'm the senior project manager at the city, and I'm here today to present, which essentially has been a major part of my work over the last year and a half, the Downtown Heritage District study, at least from the staff perspective. I'll try not to cover everything that Lasha and Megan already spoke about. So as you heard, why we're here right now is really just because of Bill 23. Prior to Bill 23, we were doing well, just listing properties, just removing the ability to essentially demolish them. From about 2020 to about 2023, we essentially were able to list about 50 properties in the downtown, and it was very successful, and it was doing well, and we thought that it was the right strategy for the city. Unfortunately, the rules changed, and we had to pivot very quickly, and we had to find the most efficient way possible to be able to solve that issue, and that was to essentially pursue a Downtown Heritage District study. So the staff recommendation that's before you is that because essentially the entire study area far exceeds the minimum requirement that the province has set, we suggest that council approve the proposed boundary for the Downtown Heritage District, and also have us come back to you with a report on tax rebate and grant incentive programs as well, in tandem with the Heritage District. So I just want to start first with what the Heritage Committee had to say. We always go to the Heritage Committee to talk about heritage issues, and we report back to you about them. The Heritage Committee, their recommendation was to pursue the Downtown Heritage District for the entire study area. They felt that the HCD would protect the unique historic character of downtown. It would support economic development, provide design guidance for the future of the downtown, and promote civic pride. They also felt that it was very important that financial incentives were implemented to help downtown property and business owners, and most importantly, that we protect St. Paul Street because it's the focal point that draws people to our downtown. They also wanted to stress that we should avoid resource-intensive individual designations of downtown properties. So I just want to jump into the public engagement, and we did a lot of public engagement. This was a year-plus runway that we were able to work on this, and we talked to a lot of people. We had 2 PICs, very well attended, 45 attendees and 40 attendees respectively. Our Engage STC page had 2,500 views. I don't know if that's the record for Engage STC pages, but I'm going to find out after this probably. We had 3 Engage STC surveys. We met with the BIA board twice. We had a special meeting with the BIA when the study was released. There was our downtown HCD task force. The BIA was generous enough to invite us to the downtown block party where we had a booth there, and Brian Narhi did some walking tours, which were very well attended. You can see a picture here. It was a super hot day, but very good attendance. And we also met with representatives from the Black and Indigenous communities to talk about their history and how it plays into the downtown. So some of the public feedback, this was really, really interesting as somebody who is a new heritage planner at the city. I never really got the sense of what the general community feels about heritage, and we heard big time. 140 responses is a pretty big number for a survey that the city does. We heard that 83% citywide were concerned that the city might lose some of its older buildings. 91% wanted to maintain the history and character of the downtown, and 67% said that they wanted to see heritage incorporated as part of housing. Even amongst the downtown property and business owners at that time, 68%, 80%, 59%. Across the board, people were in favor of this. Later on, we did more surveys though. We reached out to the property.
Let's try that again. Folks, there's no exclaiming. There's no owing, there's no eyeing. We're silent and we're listening to the presentation. If we can't handle that, we'll clear the gallery. Continue.
Thank you, Mayor. So we heard concerns from people, and so especially downtown property and business owners. And so we wanted to reach out to them directly, find out what those concerns were. As part of that survey, we found out that of the 45 responses, about 2/3 were not concerned about the heritage protections downtown. And ultimately, just under half of them felt that a heritage district would actually hurt the downtown, with about 1/3 saying that it would help and 16% saying no impact. But most importantly, what we heard was there were concerns about insurance, financing, red tape, and real estate values. So I just want to go through some of those concerns and the feedback that we received, because we put a lot of time and effort into this. So what we heard, though, is that heritage designation is one of many variables considered by the insurance industry. Insurance they often associate heritage with old buildings, and therefore there's more risk. And the insurance industry, they're all about avoiding risk, and they're a risk-adverse industry in general. Their concerns really have to do with aging infrastructure. So old buildings typically can have old wiring, old plumbing, old roofing, and that's going to cause problems, obviously, down the road. Doesn't mean that all old buildings are that way, but that's the stereotype. The perceived cost of repairs or replacement can also be a preconceived notion as well. How the city addresses this issue, though, so we have no restrictions, or there would be no restrictions on interior updates. There's flexibility as well on exterior updates. And I want to share one of the churches on Church Street, the First United Church. A couple of years ago, they had issues. They were having leaking in their roof. They had a really old slate roof, original roof, fantastic. Very rare to see a slate roof of that size, but they could not afford to repair that roof and keep it in kind. So we actually worked with them to be able to find a synthetic material that looks almost the exact same, and you would have no idea that roof is different today than it was 3 years ago. So that's the type of flexibility that we implement staff. Staff have also been told from people in the insurance industry that there's clear guidelines, or that when there are clear guidelines that aren't onerous, that can help ease concerns. The real concern is if an emergency happens and somebody has to jump through multiple hoops, that's obviously problematic for a building. And also, what we would like to do as part of the CIP review is look at the facade improvement program and see if there's a way to expand that, to look at the entire building envelope, essentially to try to support property owners who want to do better and want to, if their insurance provider has concerns, they're able to address those with some support from staff or from the city. Also, what we heard was insurance issues often stem from misconceptions about heritage designation. Heritage is a broad term, and a lot of people have different experiences depending on what municipality you've been in. So the misunderstanding typically is with regards to the expectations in the event of a loss. So for example, insurers expect that the city will want to replicate what is lost, and that is simply not what we expect. We saw the Welland House, unfortunately, succumb to fire. The intention is never to say to whoever the next owner is that you need to rebuild the Welland House to look exactly the way it did previously. What we do is, through guidance from the Insurance Bureau of Canada, we actually provide letters in these cases if an insurer ever wants to know what is the city's policy, and that's worked really well. So what we do is we'll speak to the insurers as well. Our heritage planner has spoken on the phone with them and met with insurers to be able to help provide assurances. So what we do is we outline that replication is not expected in the event of a significant loss, and we let them know that maintenance and upgrades can usually be completed without permits. So usually from our experience, this has helped to ease concerns. What we've ultimately heard, though, and what the biggest concern is, obviously for everybody, is that premiums can go up because of perceived risk. So in addition to what we are doing to try to address that is in addition to minimizing onerous restrictions, we would like to provide grants and issue letters. Staff are proposing exploring a tax rebate program for heritage properties to help support property owners. In St. Catharines, though, this issue hasn't come up very often, even though it is an issue that comes up here and there throughout the country. We have about 1,000 heritage properties right now, and we've only had about a small number of insurance issues reported over the last few years, about 5 or 6. We've provided these letters, and as far as we're aware, that has helped. We've also heard about financing, and there's a lot of overlap between financing and insurance and what their concerns are. So some lenders may be apprehensive about lending to heritage property owners. The issues are similar to insurance. They really want to minimize exposure to risk. And currently right now, as we all know, based on the lack of construction that's going on, lending is very conservative right now in general. The heritage status can be one of many variables considered as part of an application. It's not the be-all and end-all. They will look at everything about you and your business to figure out how much they want to lend to you, but heritage is a variable that they will look at. And lenders might also associate heritage with old, and that might raise concerns as well around building age and condition. So how do we address that? This is actually a relatively new issue for the city. We haven't come across this. I've been in this field about 15 years. I hadn't come across this before, but it's certainly, from what we've heard, can be an issue. We've spoken to the local credit unions to better understand the issue. And ultimately, though, there are 55 commercial heritage districts in Ontario, including many of the most successful downtowns in the province. And we feel that a successful downtown contributes to resilience and investor confidence. So if our downtown is successful, investors will want to be part of it. It should be addressed in the same way as insurance. So our take is that we would provide letters and support owners wherever we can to try to help alleviate concerns and misunderstandings. And like I said, we would hopefully be able to provide tax incentives and improve grants to make projects more viable for property owners. In terms of red tape, I'm sure everybody hears a lot of things about dealing with the city and having to get approvals. We put a lot of focus on that on the heritage side, but there are concerns still about onerous and restrictive policies and guidelines. And generally when people hear heritage, they think, you know, they're gonna have to jump through a lot of hoops, and we try to make that not the case in St. Catharines. The overall sentiment, though, is wanting to avoid greater bureaucracy. There's a misunderstanding, though, that downtown will be frozen in time and that no development will be allowed. That simply is not the case. In fact, a project that you all would have seen recently on Ontario Street was actually a project that we worked pretty closely with the developer on to find a solution that would merge heritage and housing. And we felt very good about the end result with that because it did preserve a building, or it would have preserved a building and provided 35 stories of housing. And that's what we view as possible in the Heritage District. So how we address this issue as well is routine maintenance obviously does not require permits. As Lasha and Megan mentioned, there's a list basically of maintenance that does not, you don't have to come to the city for any sort of approvals for. And that list can be very long or very short. It depends on your heritage district and what your goals are. And obviously the guidelines are different for every heritage district in the province. We do have the ability to create a made in St. Catharines approach that blends old with new. I really strongly believe that. And I think what we would like to do is work with the community to protect the historic character while supporting practical business and development needs. And ultimately though, and I've said this from day one, the goal really is to focus on managing big changes. I've joked saying that I don't want to approve every doorknob in the downtown, and that's very much true. It's not something that we are interested in. We don't have the resources to do that. But I think the goal really is to avoid big changes such as demolitions and new development. We've heard also that there's high turnover in our commercial spaces, and so the idea that you need to keep coming back to the city for permits and to get approvals, to accommodate new uses could be problematic. And there's concerns about getting approvals and the time required to get them. This part is actually something I'm very, very proud of. Heritage permits at the city are now delegated to staff. We essentially approve them without having to go even to the Heritage Committee often. The Heritage Committee really only addresses really major changes, and obviously you know that council is the only entity that approves demolitions. So it's pretty rare that anything goes beyond the staff level at this point. And if you look at the stats, in the last 3 years, we've had 80+ heritage permits, and only one has been denied. That is not what you typically hear about heritage across the province, but in St. Catharines, that's the reality. The one that was denied actually was the one that you would have heard a few months ago, which was 33 Lock. And that was because council denied the demolition there. So generally though, staff are getting pretty much everything approved and everything approved quickly. Staff are also, as part of the 2026 budget, proposing to remove the heritage permit fees to help offset some of the costs that heritage property owners have to face sometimes. And the last thing we've heard about is property values. And there's concerns that property values will go down. How we address this, though, is that, to be honest, there has been a lot of work in this area in commercial property values. The most recent studies were done in Waterloo, by the University of Waterloo in 2009, 2012. Unfortunately, our real estate, the landscape today is just very different from where it was 15 years ago. So even though those studies showed favorability and that typically commercial heritage districts performed on par or better, we just didn't feel that it was relevant enough to include in our report and feel strongly about. However, recent studies in Calgary, and you can talk about whether that's applicable here or not, but those showed that commercial heritage properties performed better, and non-heritage properties near them even got a bump up in property value as well, just from proximity. So really interesting findings out west. So jumping into kind of the last bit of public feedback that we received, and essentially what we did was we asked the community, what was your most preferred option out of the options that our consultants provided? And you can see a really dramatic difference in responses based on citywide response and downtown property and business owners. Citywide response, even though the numbers are low, 14 responses, Most of them wanted to see the full study area designated as a heritage district. On the opposite side, downtown property and business owners mostly said that they wanted to see either individual designations or alternatives, or we were even requested to add a do-nothing scenario, which was the highest vote total. Do-nothing essentially would be no individual designations, no grant or tax incentives, no plaques, essentially, let's get out of the heritage game downtown. And so the other bit of survey work that we did was to find out what part of the downtown do people care about the most, and St. Paul Street was identified as the primary sub-area to focus on, and I don't think that would be a surprise to anybody. So in summary about the public feedback, significant public support for maintaining the historic character of the downtown. Even the initial feedback from downtown property and business owners was positive, but the downtown BIA is obviously opposed to the HCD concept. There is apprehension and concerns about insurance, financing, property values, and red tape. We share these concerns. We understand them. We want to try to get in front of them and help as much as possible, while also understanding that we have a downtown that's very important and is important to our community as well. But the overall sentiment that downtown needs really is what we heard was that downtown needs help and needs support. There's a lot going on downtown that's sometimes detrimental to it, but what we heard loudly was that there needs to be support for downtown, and we think that grants and tax incentives will help there. So despite all of that, our recommendation still is to basically move forward with a heritage district plan and for the entire study area. And the reason why we feel we should do this is that, one, it fully addresses Bill 23. There would be no additional work required. Our consultants basically are on contract and ready to go if we were to move forward, and with no additional work needed for staff. Second, it's a best practice in Ontario, and I'll talk about that in a bit. Third, it acts as a vehicle that contributes to numerous policies, plans, strategies, and strategies adopted recently by Council. I really firmly believe that this is as much an economic development strategy as it is just a pretty building strategy. It also creates a vision for downtown, and I think it gives Council a tool to manage its future. We'll be able to allow the positive while preventing the negative. And think about 33 Locke Street, that project there. In Port Dalhousie, most of the time, Council doesn't hear what's going on in Port Dalhousie, but we're approving projects all the time. And I say that from a heritage permit perspective. We're approving projects all the time, but it took a project like that, which was large and was a big impact, for Council to be able to chime in on it. And that's the goal, really, is to allow for Council to chime in on big changes. Also, this avoids individual designations of buildings. It's very onerous and resource intensive to individually designate a property. You might remember the most recent one we did was the synagogue. That report was not as big as the one I wrote for this one, but it was big. And it takes a long time to do that work, and you have to make sure that it's defendable at the OLT, and it's a lot of intensive time and effort put into one property. This allowed us to look at 450 properties in about a year and a bit. And also the other thing with individual designations is because you're looking at one property at a time, a street like St. Paul Street, you just can't tackle. It's just not possible. And the councillor joked about, it's like teeth, and it is. It's like a hockey player. Some of those teeth are going to be knocked out and some aren't. And that's essentially what you're dealing with if you're dealing with individual designations of buildings. So I talk about best practice in Ontario. This is just a map showing where the 55 commercial HCDs are in 35 municipalities, and they're in mid-sized cities just like St. Catharines, such as Cambridge, Kingston, London, and Oakville. It's a best practice according to the Ontario BIA Association as well. They're an entity that knows downtowns very well across Ontario, and when Bill 23 came out, they released a press release saying that, essentially calling for greater support for municipalities to implement downtown heritage districts. In their press release, they said, the very nature of an area can be destroyed if there is no local authority or consultation around the demolition and conversion of properties. The loss of this nature could very well destroy the fabric of the Main Street community and its economic viability. I think that's a really strong statement, and it's something that I'm concerned about here in St. Catharines as well. So it kind of referenced before that there's a number of plan and strategies that Council has approved where heritage ties in directly. Essentially, almost, to be honest with you, most of the strategies and plans that we've passed recently touch on this in some way. So the strategic plan, the official plan, economic development strategy, culture plan, and climate change adaptation strategy. And I'll go really quickly try to go through a couple of these as well. So our strategic plan, this project actually touches on 4 of the 5 key areas. And even in our official plan, we have an entire section devoted to heritage preservation and what the city should be doing in that. This paragraph, though, is also in there, and it talks about how poorly we've done in the past at preserving our heritage. Goes as far as to say that the city's cultural heritage resources have in the past been threatened by neglect, obsolescence, redevelopment, and the lack of financial means necessary for the protection or rehabilitation. And we heard about some of the examples earlier, and these are some of them. The public library, came down in 1977. The YMCA demolished in 1992. Some of my personal earliest memories of the city are going to daycare here, and lots of people have those types of connections. Oh. And then we have on St. Paul Street even, we have the Bank of Nova Scotia, which was demolished in 1968, luckily replaced with a very nice building though. But next door we have the Russell House, which was demolished in 1996, and 30 years later is still an empty lot. And that's the same case with the YMCA, right? Like that property's been demolished for 30, or been gone for 30 years, and a parking lot is still there. In terms of the economic development strategy, it really does touch on 4 of the 5 key priorities of the strategy. And economic development and heritage, I think, go hand in hand. I think we've all probably done some traveling ourselves and have seen, quaint, lovely, nice places that we want to go and visit. And so it's perfectly understandable why heritage and economic development work together. This is actually, this is really interesting. Last year, the city of St. Catharines was named one of the top 25 small cities in Canada. And when the Best Cities in Canada group wrote their report about the city, this is what they said about it. And I think it's really interesting to know what people think of us. And they said, for a small city, there's something about St. Catharines that just feels more sophisticated, more ambitious. The historic downtown and impressive housing stock can take a lot of that credit. And then we look at things like strategic economic diversification, and we think about ways that St. Catharines has changed over time. We used to very much be a factory town, and now we have to, think about other ways to boost our economic base. And so things like, attracting the TV and film industry to come down to St. Paul Street and film and use St. Paul Street and its historic character for movies and films and Netflix and whatnot. Quality of place. This is really important in terms of attracting people and businesses to this community. I think of it as every day almost as like a job interview. How you look and how you feel and how you make people feel is actually really important to having them come to your community. And I think when I look at this picture, I see St. Catharines at its best. In fact, this is actually the picture that's used on Wikipedia for St. Catharines. So I think this is a really good example of why heritage and why our history is actually a really strong contributor to quality of place. And storytelling. I mean, why are we different from anybody else? I think a lot of it has to do with who we are and where we came from and our history. I also think this picture in particular is kind of interesting in that the Rankin Gateway Bridge is right there, and it kind of speaks to progress in one sense, but also harkening back to what was there before with the ghost images here. I really do think that there's something to lean into there when it comes to our history, and we have a very unique history, our Indigenous history, our Black history, but it's not just that, it's our Jewish history, it's our Irish history. There's a lot going on in our downtown, a lot of stories that need to be told that haven't been told yet, and I think this type of project can help tell those stories better and make our community more attractive to others. And obviously tourism and destination development. I mean, we're in the heart of the Niagara region, we're in the heart of the wine route. It's no surprise that when somebody's looking for food and beverage and culinary experiences, they also want, the ambiance, right? They want to know, that they're in a nice place around them. And downtown St. Catharines has the ability to be that. And finally, I kind of stumbled upon this by accident. I wasn't really thinking about this. And then I Googled St. Catharines, and I looked at Google Images, and I thought, okay, what do people see when they Google St. Catharines? And most of these pictures are of downtown. They're also of the bridge. People see, Google really likes our bridge, but they're also mostly of the downtown. And to lose some of this, I think, would be really problematic and troubling, because this is the image that we're portraying to people, across the country or around the world when they want to come to St. Catharines. I know when I go somewhere, I tend to Google it and see what's cool there, and I think people do the same for here. The culture plan was just recently approved. 2 of its goals were creating a vibrant and diverse downtown and celebrating our local identity. There was a big public component there as well, and 42% of people said that preserving and celebrating St. Catharines' surrounding historic landscape and natural environment was most important to them. And finally, the climate change adaptation plan. The greenest building is the one that's already built. That's a common saying in the heritage world. A lot of people think that newer is automatically better. Demolition and construction is very wasteful. It actually creates 14.2 million tons of construction waste every year. And it often can take between 10 and 80 years for the efficiencies that go into a new building to make up for whatever happened during construction. So as you can see here with the Welland House, when it came down, all of that waste there is actually just going to go in landfill, apart from some of the materials that we were able to salvage. But ultimately, staff believe that this is a downtown management tool. An HCD gives council a tool to manage change in the downtown. It allows us to protect the good or allow for the good to happen while deterring the bad. And we currently, and many of them are in the audience right now, we have good stewards in our downtown. There's no doubt about that. All those pictures that I showed are because property owners put the money and time and investment into their properties, and that's fantastic. That's not the point of this work, essentially. What it is, it's the next owner and the next person that comes in and has different ideas for what this city can be. And we saw that with 33 Locke. 33 Locke had sat there for 160 years as it was, and then a new owner came in and thought, I have some different dreams for this property. And that's essentially what this has the ability to do as well. And that's not to deter, the goal is not by any means to deter development or anything like that. We want to see development, but we want to see development that works for our community as well. And ultimately, the Heritage Register has been an effective tool at deterring demolition. We've had at least 2 properties in the last couple of years where, if not further listing, they might be demolished. One of them would be the Ontario Street project that you saw a few months ago. We were able to leverage the listing into saying, you know what, retain that building and build your 35 stories beside it. And they were happy to go along with that, and they brought that proposal to council. The other project, unfortunately, I'm not able to speak about it because it was never made public, but essentially we were able to leverage the listing and prevent a demolition of one of our nice buildings downtown last year. So the staff recommendation essentially is that we recommend pursuing the downtown HCD plan because it efficiently protects the most significant properties in the city. It contributes to council-approved policies, plans, and strategies. It contributes to economic development in the St. Catharines brand. It gives council a tool to manage change in the downtown, and it builds on the success of the city's 5 other heritage districts. It's something we actually were a leader in heritage districts early on. We were one of the first communities to implement them. Some of our heritage districts now are almost 40 years old, and that was long before a lot of other places had thought of going that direction. And we also think that tax incentives and improved grant programs will provide support to property owners and offset potential insurance and financial concerns. So in terms of the next steps, assuming we can get to a next step, the district plan phase would include a significant public consultation component. We'd love to keep working with the downtown community to come up with guidelines that would work for them and protect what they value. It would give staff and our consultants an opportunity to continue dialogue specifically with the BIA. We think that it also gives current and future property owners certainty about expectations for what growth will look like in the downtown. This really is a strategy for what we want the downtown to look like in the future. This also gives council another opportunity to decide on whether to pursue a heritage district at the end of the plan phase. This is just one step in the process. We would essentially go to the drawing board and work to come up with guidelines and policies, and then come back to council. And we'd be able to do this again in some time to be able to figure out whether that's right for the city. I really want to stress that a downtown HCD would not limit development. That is not the goal here whatsoever. It would not freeze the downtown in perpetuity. In all of our heritage districts, we see change all the time. And if you drive around a place like Port Dalhousie, there's new houses that go up all over the place. It's not frozen. And it won't put restrictions on all properties either. And then I want to talk about what happens if this isn't pursued, because that's a big concern from a staff perspective. With current staff resources, we have 1 heritage planner. We anticipate that approximately 10 properties could be researched and evaluated for individual designation before the end of next year. And that's in part because 2 things. 1, our heritage planner has a lot on their plate already. And 2, we often depend on the volunteers of our heritage committee, and they're just volunteers. We can't ask them to be doing, the work of a staff member. So 10 properties is what we commit to. We can pick the best 10. We can do individual designations of those. But beyond that would be a struggle with current resources. There were approximately 200 properties that were identified as containing cultural heritage value by our consultants. All of those would be at risk. I mentioned earlier that we were tackling listed properties previous to Bill 23. We already had 50 downtown properties that were listed, so there were 100 buildings essentially that were on our inventory downtown. We probably would have added more. We were in the process of adding more at the time when Bill 23 came in. If we would have got up to 200, I'm not sure, but at the very least, there are 200 that potentially have cultural heritage value that would be at risk. And then most importantly, there's important streetscapes like St. Paul Street that would also be at risk, and we would have no way to protect. Staff have also put forward an alternative recommendation because we understand that the Heritage District is very big, potentially, and that it might not be, there might not be an appetite for that. But at the very least, we feel that it's very, very important that St. Paul Street be retained. And so staff are proposing or recommending as an alternative to pursue a proposed boundary for the Downtown Heritage District that consists of the St. Paul sub-area. And that other set of areas down the road, if we find that this is successful and we want to pursue other ones, we could do that with the guidance of council later. And that's my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nielsen. At this time, we will be going into our delegations. We have 9 delegations this evening. A few things that I want to remind everybody of. First and foremost, as we head into the delegations, I want to remind those who are going to delegate that staff did exactly what this council asked them to do. And the consultant fulfilled their mandate as requested. And I think that's important for everybody to understand that staff did what they were asked to do by council. There was disagreement around the council table, but at the end of the day, the council direction was to go through this process. So if you have frustrations about that, those frustrations are rightly directed at council and not at staff. I will say very simply, if individual staff members or the consultant are singled out for comment, you will be shut down, and that will be the end of your public comment. Okay? We won't be dealing with that this evening. We are all here to listen respectfully. As I have already mentioned, there is no clapping, there is no exclaiming, there is no cheering, there is no booing. As presentations go on, whether you agree with them or not, you are asked to keep it to yourself. If we can't follow those rules, we will clear the chamber, and the speakers will be able to come and speak to council and to the staff that are here, and everybody else will be asked to leave, okay? I have given this warning in the past. I have never had to clear the chamber. I have no doubt I will not have to this evening because I'm quite sure everybody will follow those very simple rules. With that, I will now call upon Brian Nari to speak. Mr. Nari, good to see you. The lectern is yours.
I think the last time I addressed council, I didn't have to have my glasses on. Anyway, good evening, Mayor Cisco and councilors around the Horseshoe. My name is Brian Nari, and you know me as the chair of the St. Catharines Heritage Advisory Committee. I'm here to just say a few words about the proposed downtown HCD. This has been something that's been on the radar of the Heritage Advisory Committee for at least the last 2 years. But for those of you who know the Heritage Committee and the Planning Department, it's something that was also talked about many, many years ago when Kevin Blazowski was our planner. So it's not something that the Heritage Committee and the city has just rushed into without giving it a lot of thought. The other thing I have to say, too, is that this matter was so important to me tonight to be here to say something to you that I've actually given up watching Coronation Street tonight. So anyway, St. Catharines, as we know, has a long and rich history. The roots of our community, which we call our home, go back to the 1780s. When the first settlers arrived here, we went through the War of 1812. We were sort of a backwater to Niagara-on-the-Lake at the time. The city had very humble beginnings. We just had an early church, a tavern, some stores and a warehouse, some scattered dwellings and that sort of thing. And the important part to remember about that first period of settlement in the city is that nothing really exists of it anymore. all that built heritage was gone. You know, through the years, as the city developed and evolved, buildings were demolished, they were replaced by new structures, some of them were burnt. The only thing that really remains is the street grid and some forgotten burials at the first church site. Prosperity, of course, was brought to the city with the coming of the Welland Canal. We had, you know, larger houses and factories and things that were built after that, much more substantial. The downtown core, the village, you know, evolved into a town. It you know, expanded down towards Welland Avenue, which was the boundary of the community for many, many years. And a lot of the built heritage that we have in the downtown core at this time is directly related to the prosperity that was brought here by the first and second Welland canals. So everything, you know, from the late 1820s to about the turn of the century is all canal related. And it's given the downtown quite a unique character. And it would be a shame to lose that. I've had many people who've said to me that, you know, we've lost so many heritage buildings in the downtown, you know, can we not take some kind of, you know, proactive steps to preserve the built heritage that we do have? And I think that's what the HCD, one of its aims is to do that. Unfortunately, St. Catharines experienced a decade of destruction in the 1960s and 70s when some of our most important heritage buildings within what is now the proposed HCD were demolished. And we've had a list of some of those earlier this evening. And it really has impacted on the heritage character of the downtown. As Jane Jacobs and others have noted, cities are created and they evolve over time. Layers of historical events, personalities, and built heritage, which property owners have left behind as vestiges of their occupation upon the land, shapes a city, gives it a unique character, and makes it a place that's livable. And these examples of built heritage eventually shine and glow with the patina of time. I really love that quote from Jane Jacobs. But she also recognized that cities need old buildings and that a city has to keep changing and evolving to make it a livable place. There is room for new construction, but we must be stewards of our past history, including our built heritage, and protect it for future generations. Jane Jacobs continued, old ideas can sometimes use new buildings, but new ideas must also use old buildings. Catherine Naismith said the same thing. She talked about heritage preservation being a culture of confrontation and compromise. There's an ideological clash between the public's perception or misconception of heritage laws and their rights as property owners. This is coupled with a lack of resources. And she said, a strong political will is needed to preserve the best of the past as the city renews itself. As has been pointed out, we've had HCDs that have been created in the city, Queen Street, Yates Street, Port Dalhousie, Power Glen. Surveys that were conducted within those districts through the years have shown that the majority of property owners were favorably disposed towards having an HCD. They didn't see that there was any adverse impact upon their homes or insurances, no decreases in their property values and that sort of thing. They also had positive comments about working with city staff and the Heritage Committee. In other words, they thought that the benefits of an HCD far outweigh the disadvantages of a heritage conservation district. HCDs actually do work. And as James has pointed out, if the individual properties were to be designated by, and the research done by members of the Heritage Committee, it would be a really expensive process and time intensive. Of course, you know, I work for ASI, which is a heritage consultancy firm, and if I was to charge at, say, my regular rate of $50 to $70 per hour to research each of these buildings, and I normally spend about 40 hours on a heritage report, you do the math. It's going to add up really quickly.
Mr. Nari, I am going to jump in. We do have a 5-minute time limit, so I'm asking if you could wrap up.
Yep.
Thank you.
Just about done.
Perfect.
Basically, so what I'm going to say is that I would ask that council would vote in favor of the creation of an HCD for the downtown core. That's it.
All right. Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Mr. Nari? Councillor McPherson.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Nari. I will make it simple, and I will try to ask an excellent question. In your work with ASI, have you seen when a district, or in your own knowledge, because you travel around the community, the province and country, have you seen heritage districts devastate in a bad way a downtown area or an area where a district's been created?
You mean the downtown has declined in the
Yes.
quality of life?
Has the district resulted in a decline in all aspects?
No, in fact, it's maintained it and sometimes improved it.
Okay.
By,
Thank you.
by attracting people to, come in and economic spin-off and that sort of thing.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Seeing no other questions, thank you, Mr. Nari, for your presentation. And as I had mentioned, a reminder to everybody who is presenting this evening, we do have a 5-minute time limit. I do try to give a little bit of wiggle room on the other side if people are coming to an end, but we do try and ask folks to keep it to 5 minutes. I'll now call upon John Bacher. Dr. Bacher, the lectern is yours.
Thank you. At the outset, I want to clearly reiterate what Mr. Nari said, that I support the creation of a single heritage district on the map you've seen earlier. Now, it's interesting that there's been criticisms of this map as arbitrary. And what I found is that it's based on a map, I believe, 1853 by Marcus Smith. And recently, to understand my own neighborhood in St. Catharines better, I Googled this map and was quite moving to observe, because my own home and the two adjacent homes are clearly mapped on that as being owned by an ancestor of mine, Stephen Parnell. And this shows that this is a very useful tool, and the only criticism I have is that could be a larger area of the Marcus Smith map that is, before you tonight, but I think that can't be done now, but hopefully in the future, the district could be expanded on the basis of this map. If that was done, it could include the area that was the settlement for refugee slaves around North Street, Geneva Street. Now, one matter that is important that for the one district, I'm quite worried at what would be cut out if we have this combination of sub-districts. Because there's a very important area in the that's left out. In a submission I made that the consultants didn't have time to digest, I'm not criticizing them. I can be rather long-winded. But I came up with the idea of a name for this sub-district, and I call it the academic district or academy district, because the core of the area that's left out is the entire area of Academy Street, which has a lot of magnificent Second Empire Victorian buildings. But also what was done there was of great historic significance. The Grantham Academy, St. Catharines Collegiate in the 19th century was, I think the term I've used is the Latin Quarter of the Niagara region. The St. Catharines Collegiate at that time was the best school. It was, there's two very historic buildings that are now apartment buildings right across from what's now the Bridges building. And they were there for the purpose of apartments for students at the St. Catharines Collegiate. And one of these people that was a student at that time, I've written a biography of Edmund Zavitz, wasn't able to commute to St. Catharines, Fort Erie, so he lived in this, what I call the Latin Quarter of St. Catharines, which was really the cultural hub of the entire Niagara region. And this is often heritage, our own history is not appreciated. This person, people who went to this school, like Delos Beadle was a graduate of this school. He worked, we talked about Aboriginal people, he worked with the Native leader George Johnson, the Mohawk chief, to create the Ontario Fruit Growers Association, and the first group that advocated reforestation and conservation in Ontario. And Edmund Zavitz came all the way from Fort Erie to study here because of the high reputation of the school. And one of my reasons I'm proud of my ancestor, Samuel Parnell, so he was a founder of the Mechanics Institute, which is a forerunner of the public library. So it was sort of a, brains trust for a very significant, like what is now the Niagara region. And it has a great history that's worthy of protection, and the way to do this, because of the changes of the heritage policy by the Ford government, is to go ahead with the recommendation for a single heritage district.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bacher.
Dr. Bacher worked very hard.
I apologize. I did refer to you as Dr. Bacher when you came up,
yes,
so
yes.
I apologize. That's my fault.
Yes.
Are there any questions or comments for Dr. Bacher? All right, seeing none, thank you again for your presentation. At this time, I'll call upon Hank Beekes to speak. Mr. Beekes, the lectern is yours.
Find the button here.
It may be a little bit low for you. There you go.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council, friends. I'm the current president of the Port Dalhousie Conservancy. The Conservancy was one of the key drivers behind the creation of the Port Dalhousie Heritage District, which is the largest in the city and has been designated since 2004 when I first became involved.
It was and is supported by a large majority of the residents and businesses and had a unanimous consent of City Council. I've been involved in many of the developments that have occurred since that time in the district, so I speak with a little bit of experience. I'm here tonight to speak to you in support of the staff's motion to create a heritage district for the downtown area. Heritage is a very important part of any city's cultural life, and it is also an important priceless asset to conserve, and we should make the most of it. Heritage tourism is one of the primary reasons that people come to visit and stay in a community, and therefore is a key economic driver. Renovation and adaptive reuse should always be considered for heritage structures, first because of the economics of it, and it reduces waste of building materials. You should support any program that enhances it. Built heritage is vital to our children, our grandchildren, to be able to recognize their history and their sense of place in it. Canada is the second largest country in the world, and we have so precious little to preserve compared to other established countries, and yet we are unfortunately among the poorest at preserving it. St. Catharines, by accident of history, has the privilege of having a lot of heritage buildings. In fact, we currently use them to advertise ourselves to outside world and to attract visitors. It is important to understand why this proposal is before you now. It is because of a capricious decision by the province of Ontario via Bill 23 to clear the deck of all heritage structures in Ontario by the end of 2026 to ostensibly encourage housing. This places the city and the heritage planning staff in an impossible situation, given that we have hundreds of 100 to 150-year-old buildings downtown that could now be threatened, largely for no reason. I can take an educated guess that the removal of these protections will not result in any significant additional housing. There are many other barriers to housing growth, and heritage designation is hardly a significant one. Currently, this city has thousands of approved units for construction, and yet nothing is proceeding. In fact, housing starts are down in Canada, and Toronto has an abundance of condo towers that are standing empty. None of these issues is being created by heritage designation, but by forces outside of our control. We don't need to sacrifice our heritage to accommodate these forces. The Heritage District provides a very thin layer of protection, as we in Port Dalhousie have found out. Port Dalhousie, in spite of being a heritage district, is constantly under construction and renovation, and yet one of the leading growth areas in the city. The reason individuals and developers want to move into Port is largely because of the character and the heritage of the place. If that character radically changes, we end up killing the goose that lays the golden egg. It is, in fact, just one step in excess of a non-heritage designated area, and ultimately places the responsibility in the hands of council to determine. The heritage staff and the heritage committee are dedicated and very realistic and are the least of the developers' worries. The province's action through Bill 23 and now Bill 5 and the overreach of ministerial zoning orders simply removes the power of council to determine what kind of city we want to live in. This is a continuation of the uploading of control by the province and downloading of costs and responsibility that we should resist. Individual ownership has never meant that you can do whatever you please on your property. You have a communal responsibility as well to all the residents to maintain the character of the city that they desire. Imagine the curved smile of St. Paul Street that still exists as a future toothless grin. That is a travesty that can be prevented now. I have over the years spoken to many business owners in Port, and the concerns with respect to insurance and financing were never raised. The issue of red tape and dealing with the city is a problem that I do hear a lot about, but has little to do specifically with heritage and a lot more to do with zoning, permitting, tax structure, inspectors, regulations, and delay. The bureaucratization of government is a problem everywhere, but that is something that is somewhat within your control. I have my own frustrations with it, but that does not mean we should give the green light for the destruction of our city. The city of Brantford, for example, bulldozed a large section of their downtown, and they're living with the regret. And they are no longer on anyone's destination list. The nature of heritage is that you have to value it when you have it, because once it's gone forever. It can never be replaced. There are no second chances. I recently spent 2 weeks in Europe in April, and they take great pride in preserving and even recreating their heritage buildings, even after some of their cities were severely bombed during the war. They are now so overrun with tourism, they're charging visitors extra just to visit the city. I urge you to support the staff's recommendation. It is not such an additional barrier and will not cause the problems that some fear. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beekes. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your present. Oh, wait a minute, Councilor Ratzlaff.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, through you. Thanks for your presentation. I just want to take the opportunity, since we have you here and you went through the process of not only establishing the historical district, but then also creating the plan for the historical district. Can you just share a little bit about that experience? Like, how did the community come together and decide, this is how permissible we want it to be. This is, these are the things. This is the vision we want to set for Port. And who spoke into that? How did it work?
I think much of it was done before I got involved, frankly. I got involved in 2004 when we had the original tower, 33-story tower proposal. So how that all came about, I wasn't even in the picture at that time, frankly.
Right. No worries. I just thought I'd ask, just because I know that, moving forward with this plan, that is something that is an unknown, I think, for us, and it's something that would be helpful. Yeah, there's lots more I could ask about Port Dalhousie and your experience there. But you talked a little bit about, you pushed back a little bit about the idea that a heritage designation will mean less building, less construction, less development. How have you found that with the Port Dalhousie Historical District?
Well, I haven't seen, the only reason we have things stalled at the moment have nothing to do with heritage. It has everything to do with the market and the maximization of the footprint. That's the main issue, all right? And I've never heard anybody say to me that, and I talk to a lot of these business guys, and I've never had any of them say to me, well, we can't get financing, or we can't. And in terms of the I think it was mentioned about, our property values. There's a situation right now in Port Dalhousie where somebody bought a piece of property for $1.5 million, 3 properties for $1.5 million. Currently, there's 2 properties for sale 4 years later for $1.8. We have building lots that are 30 feet deep that are for sale for $650,000. I don't think they've got a problem with property values. That's part of a greater problem that we have in our society, but it's not really affected by having a heritage district. In fact, I think it's probably enhanced.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you, Mr. Beekes. I will now call upon Rachel Cunningham to speak. Ms. Cunningham, the lectern is yours.
Thank you. You'll be happy to hear I timed it earlier, and it's well under 5 minutes. Mayor Cisco and councilors, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Rachel Cunningham. I'm a citizen of St. Catharines, and I'd like to speak in support of the designation of downtown St. Catharines as a heritage conservation district. I grew up here in this city, and I've had the fortune to live in several cities in Ontario before choosing to settle here. I lived in downtown Ottawa and had many an enjoyable day and evening in the Byward Market, and I went to university in Kingston, where I often walked through the impressive limestone of Market Square, both heritage conservation districts. My academic background is in history, so it means, often to the chagrin of my companions, that I seek out historic places wherever I go. But it also means that I firmly believe that knowing and understanding who we were, in this case who we were as a community, helps us move forward and informs our decisions about who we want to be. I want to live in a community where heritage is a key component of community pride and identity, and like many other citizens who participated, who participated in the citywide surveys, I've never been told my voice wasn't loud enough, who participated in the citywide surveys around the establishment of this HCD, I'm concerned about the loss of older buildings without sufficient protection and believe that maintaining the character of the downtown is very important. The report on the Downtown Heritage Conservation District study pointed out that the historic character of the downtown is an economic, cultural, and environmental asset, and I completely agree. But I also know that there are concerns about economic impacts, and as a person who believes in making evidence-based decisions, I sought out more information from other municipalities in Ontario who have already established HCDs. I reached out to many staff in other cities, and they responded. The City of Hamilton, for example, manages growth and infill changes. They said they take longer, but they aren't restricted, and they work together with developers. The City of Kingston, my alma mater, let me know that heritage-related tourism is one of the largest sectors of tourism in the world. A recognized HCD can have many economic benefits to the municipality, from entertainment and hospitality industries to individual property values. The majority of respondents to my email pointed out their grant and loan programs to assist property owners. Halton Hills is an available 20% tax refund. The City of Hamilton has an interest-free loan for up to $50,000, repayable over 10 years for eligible conservation work. The City of Brantford's grant program can cover up to half of the eligible costs to a maximum grant amount of $20,000. The town of Aurora pointed out that in terms of home values, heritage properties generally outperform market-comparable non-heritage buildings, and that in terms of insurance, there shouldn't be an impact. There's no onerous obligation on the owner to rebuild in an exact manner and source exact historical materials. The municipality of Huron East, which is in Seaforth near Goderich, pointed out that membership in the Business Improvement Association was actually strengthened and the overall marketing of the area improved. While I don't live in downtown St. Catharines, you can often find me at the farmers market on Saturdays, visiting friends who live downtown and meeting up for a concert, hockey, or basketball game. When visitors swing by on the way to see the falls, I'm proud to take them out to dinner in downtown St. Catharines and show it off. I'm glad to stand in support of ensuring it's always a downtown I can be proud of by supporting the establishment of a Heritage Conservation District. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham, for your presentation. Are there any questions from council? All right, seeing none, thank you again. At this time, I'll call upon Lisa Taylor, the Chair of the Niagara Association of Realtors, and Sarah Hart, CEO of the Niagara Association of Realtors, to speak. The lectern is yours.
Thank you. I think it's probably loud enough. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Cisco and members of council. My name is Lisa Taylor. I'm a Niagara Realtor and the 2025 Chair of the Niagara Association of Realtors. I'm joined this evening by Sarah Hart, our CEO, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. NAR represents over 1,600 realtors who live and work across Niagara. We care deeply about St. Catharines and its economic growth and housing future. That's why we are urging council not to proceed with the proposed Downtown Heritage District Conservation District. Let me be clear, we support heritage preservation when done carefully, with clear standards, and based on strong evidence. Historical buildings and streetscapes deserve protection. Ontario already provides a process to designate individual properties under Part 4 of the Heritage Act, and that's the process we believe should continue. What's proposed here is different. It applies a broad regulatory overlay across a large, diverse part of the city. And at the same time, St. Catharines is faced with a housing affordability crisis. Families are falling behind. Young people are giving up on home ownership. And rental supply is tight. Residents are increasingly concerned about where their children and aging parents will live. According to Nanos research, nearly 75% of local residents say affordability has worsened. Nearly 90% believe young people are significantly less likely to afford a home here than in the past. This is not a marginal issue. It's a defining challenge facing this community, and it calls for policies that remove barriers to housing, not add it. And that's why we are so concerned about a blanket HCD downtown. Once an HCD is in place, even routine renovations can require heritage permits, adding time, costs, and complexities. In other jurisdictions, these permits are layered on top of planning and building approvals, delaying projects, increasing legal and consultant costs, even for modest work. Infill and intensification, the very development the city wants to encourage downtown, often becomes unviable. Under these conditions, projects can stall, shrink, or are abandoned. Heritage policies can also limit the use of cost-effective or energy-efficient materials, driving up costs and reducing design flexibility. Some builders and nonprofits trying to deliver affordable housing are hit the hardest. Those extra costs get passed on to the buyers. We don't believe the full impact of this has been considered in the report before Council. Beyond development impacts, we are also concerned with the process. Many properties in the proposed district haven't been assessed individually. The report says that 51% were labeled contributing, but based on a desktop analysis, but not in an individual investigation. Yet every property would face heightened scrutiny for things as basic as signage, renovations, or minor alterations. It's a sweeping regulatory shift with major consequences. Our own planning policies say downtown is the most appropriate place for intensification. It's walkable, transit-served, and infrastructure-ready. It's exactly where it should be, adding housing, not adding layers of red tape. St. Catharines has taken bold action on housing. You were one of the first municipalities to legalize 4 units as of right, a move we commended. We ask that you not undo that progress now. There's also seems, although we've seen lots of very positive reports tonight, we have also had a fair amount of response of not very favorable support within the community. The Downtown Association formally opposed this process as well. Their members, local investors and business owners, are saying that this will make revitalization harder. And the city already has tools to protect properties that are truly at risk or of heritage value. When warranted, Part 4 of the Act can be and should be used. But designating an entire area based on a broad assumption and minimal analysis risks tying the hands of property owners, developers, and the city itself. We're not asking you to ignore heritage. We're asking you to preserve it in a way that doesn't block housing, investment, or renewal. On behalf of the Niagara Association of Realtors, I respectfully ask Council to not proceed to plan phase of this proposed downtown HCD. Thank you, and we welcome the opportunity to work collaboratively on solutions that reflect the city's full priorities. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Are there any questions or comments for the presenter? Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The streetscape of St. Paul Street is very unique, and most of us find it very precious. Would you be in conformity with taking down some of the heritage buildings and putting in new buildings, new accommodation?
I don't know that I could personally speak to whether or not I'd be in favor of that. I think these things need to be in a balance, that you can't just blanket an entire area of something like this and expect everything to fall in line. It has to be an individual's choice. Those property owners that own those buildings do have a right to have a say in what happens with their property. I would not want to see the entire St. Paul Street demolished. I don't believe that that would ever even happen.
Okay, another question would be, we previously had a design review panel, which I consider to be very effective. Niagara on the Lake has it, and it looked at building proposals, but they had to be compatible with the neighborhood. We did away with that. What would be the position of the realtors?
Well, we have always, many neighborhoods have conforming guidelines within their communities. So those are things, again, sometimes those tie the hands of those homeowners as well. I don't know that we would be not in favor of them. They're kind of ambiguous questions to ask a realtor as opposed to an individual property owner. But in speaking on their behalf, and on behalf of those who may be interested in developing and building in those areas, we feel that those are restrictions that sometimes can hinder development.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ratzlaff.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. Thanks for your presentation. I've had the privilege of working with many of your members, and they've been great. They've actually, your group has actually donated to some of the projects that I've worked on in the city, so thank you for that. Just two quick questions. Like when I decided to live close to downtown, heritage, streetscape, and walkability played a large role in my decision. And so I'm just wondering, like if we were to lose large gaps in St. Paul Street, I mean, you've seen in the corner of St. Paul and James, we lost that section. It hasn't been rebuilt for quite some time. To what degree do streets like St. Paul contribute to a buyer or someone who's looking to rent a property? To what degree does it contribute to their decision? Right, because we're at 88 St. James, we've approved thousands of units. 88 St. James is one of them across the downtown. And we're looking to hit that 80% sale rate so that we can start building that project, so the developer can start building that project, right? And so I'm just wondering, like if there's some uncertainty around some of the heritage, what degree does that play in attracting buyers and renters?
So I think that again falls to the individual buyer. You're going to find that I've had experience selling heritage properties, and they are a very niche buyer. That's somebody who wants to purchase a property that's been designated, or they want to actually designate a property. It's a lot of work and a ton of investment for them. Yeah. And for a buyer, it really depends on what they want. If it's, and a lot of times it falls sort of like a generational trend. So younger people want a more trendy, walkable area. Would they still buy in downtown St. Catharines if only half the heritage buildings were still here? Yes, I believe so. And do I think that tourism would suffer if, a few of the buildings on St. Paul were not there and something else was in that place? I think they would still come.
Thanks for that answer. My next question has to do with maintaining the registry. So you're in the position that we should maintain the registries, correct? The way that we're currently doing it?
Realtors do not maintain a registry, but
the heritage registry. So rather than heritage district, you in your presentation, unless I heard you wrong, talked about just continuing doing the way we're currently doing, registering individual properties.
Right.
Registry. And because of Bill 23.
Councilor, I'm going to jump in for a second. Yeah. Do you mean designating individual properties? I only asked for the clarity because register is what has been done away with by Bill 23, so I don't want there to be confusion in the terminology. So you're discussing individual designations.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm getting to.
Perfect. I just wanted to make sure because I don't want there to be confusion. Like I said, registry is what's being done away by Bill 23.
Right. Yeah, so so how we're currently doing things has been done away with. Yes. And if we want to continue the considering individual properties, the cost of that is quite significant to the taxpayer.
Right.
Right. So I'm just worried that, what you're arguing for is, in fact, will translate into a pretty steep property tax increase.
Well, I guess only you guys could figure that out. But at the end of the day, what we really need is a balance between having significant properties preserved and bringing investment and development into the city. And what we're looking at right now is a very big swing from one complete way to something completely different, which is right. And we feel that it's really not a balance in that solution.
Yeah, no, fair. Thanks for your presentation.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilor Ratzlaff. Are there any other questions? All right, seeing none. Thank you again, Ms. Taylor, for the presentation. At this time, I'll call upon Hugo Cheshire on behalf of the Greater Niagara Chamber of Commerce to speak. Mr. Cheshire, the lectern is yours.
Thanks very much. I'm going to need this button. It's good. Okay. Hi, everyone. Nice to see you. Thanks very much. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, councillors, staff, members of the public. I'm here to represent the Greater Niagara Chamber of Commerce and its members, particularly those in the downtown business community, some of whom are in the gallery. It's good to see you. This proposed conservation district will pose a lot of problems for downtown businesses, and unfortunately businesses in St. Catharines in Ontario already have a lot of problems to deal with. You've got interest rates, inflation, the tariffs, the trade war. All of these problems go on. These are not your problems to resolve, unfortunately, although if you do have any ways to do that, I would be very interested. But unfortunately, they are part of the issue here. These problems don't, unfortunately, give you a stable base from which to introduce new policies which will increase cost to businesses. And the Heritage District isn't going to increase cost to businesses. That much is clear. Financing a heritage project represents a greater risk of more uncertainty than a new build. Basically, banks like new builds, okay? Many of them will not finance a heritage project at all, and if they do, they tend to charge about double the interest rate that they do for new builds. So from 6 to 7%, which is a typical rate in Ontario, it goes up to about 11 to 13% for a heritage building. And bear in mind, those figures are from a year or two ago, so probably go towards the higher end of that, given what's happened to interest rates in the meantime. And if the project is financed, then landlords have a narrower tenant market because being a tenant in a heritage property is more restrictive than being a tenant in a new build. Insurance costs were mentioned. The insurance industry is in something of a crisis right now. It's having to pay out a lot more for extreme weather events and claims of that nature, and now the insurance industry is going to great lengths trying to find ways in which it can minimize risk and get rid of uncertain or high risks. Guess what heritage properties fall into? Uncertain and high risk, which means that those applications are going to be questioned. Survey of owners of heritage properties across Canada shows 61% have issues finding insurance. And think about what that means. If you're looking for insurance on your house, you call a bunch of insurance companies, you get a bunch of quotes. It's not a question of whether or not you'll get insurance. You're just looking for the best rate. It's not really, it's not going to happen that an insurance company will say, no, I'm just not going to give you a quote. I'm not interested in providing insurance. But that happens all the time for heritage properties. And when those requests for a quote are denied, 55% of the time, the heritage designation, that was the factor that caused it to be denied in Canada. A study of adaptive reuse projects in Ontario found a cost difference between heritage rehab and new construction was about 8% for medium-sized commercial projects and 15% for small ones, but there's more. A study from Michigan found a balance of labor and material costs for heritage projects shifts from about 50-50 to 70-30 in favor of labor. And that's because labor dealing with heritage is more expensive. They need more skills dealing with older buildings. That's not to mention bringing buildings up to meeting standards of modern efficiency and safety, or if you need to do any remediation, like removing asbestos. There are some tax incentives for heritage properties. They are very poorly defined, and frankly, they are not close to being enough. There are many question marks over what can be capitalized and in the current year, and what has to be capitalized and appreciated, and what can be expensed in the current year. And that's sort of a question where you leave up to your accountant and you hope they got it right when it comes to the audit, because it's very open for interpretation. At the federal level, the Income Tax Act actually contains a number of measures that can act as a disincentive to heritage development. I want to thank staff and the consultants as well for addressing some of the concerns of the business community and attempting to think up some incentives that would help to offset these costs. Here's the problem with that. Heritage districts, by their nature, are very long-term. They're supposed to preserve buildings for generations to come, whereas incentives, those get cancelled all the time. Right? And I'm not saying anyone on this council would cancel an incentive that they put in place, but this is not necessarily true of the people who will serve after you, who might cancel it. And you know as councillors what this is like, because this is what successive governments in Ontario have been doing for decades to municipal governments, where they transfer costs to you and say, oh, we'll give you funds to replace it. And then the funds gradually erode and they're not replaced. That can happen here. You can consider voluntary designations. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. When these combined drawbacks make more sense, they do make sense when you're considering individual buildings, which are worth preserving. But to apply them to a whole district that contains a mix of heritage buildings, non-heritage buildings, aesthetically appealing buildings, and let's say less aesthetically appealing buildings in the downtown core, that makes less sense to me. I would say that tackling the social issues downtown is more important. Certainly that is more concerning to businesses that we've heard from. But I hope that you would consider voluntary designations with appropriate incentives to offset increased costs and reject the blanket heritage district that's before you today for our businesses. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Cheshire. Any questions for the presenter? Councilor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Cheshire. Well, in the property owners that you were speaking to, or when you were doing your research, were you researching and getting information regarding districts or individual designations?
Districts.
Okay.
Yeah,
And with that, you mentioned kind of some of the issues around older buildings, and things like asbestos removal, that sort of thing. That kind of remediation would take place under the building code rather than a heritage district. So if you're in an older building, as you said, people like new buildings, but we have a lot of old buildings downtown. So in your experience, helping businesses navigate the system, are these problems or issues already existing?
They would be, but when it comes to being a heritage district, it's kind of a barrier to investment at all, because you would not want to buy an older building knowing that you have to maintain that and that you cannot demolish that or that you cannot substantially renovate it. It's off-putting to investors, is essentially what I'm saying. These are increased costs associated with old buildings, which is why banks don't like old buildings, insurance companies don't like old buildings, investors don't like old buildings. So when they hear that a whole area is a protected heritage district, that's off-putting for the whole area.
Okay. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, the presenter. Would you say that when talking to your members, and especially ones that are maybe downtown, that those properties were purchased because of their heritage aspect and maintained like that as part of their business plan, because that attracts customers because of it, and they do it because they wanted to do it?
Yeah, I think that's fair, and I think when you're buying a heritage building, you know that, and that's why I think a voluntary designation might make more sense. If you are willingly buying a heritage building and you want to preserve it, you would understand that. But what we would be doing here with the Heritage District is applying that to a whole bunch of other buildings which are, like I said, not historic, not especially beautiful, not, dare I say, worth preserving.
Okay, thank you. Wow.
All right. Thank you, Councilor Stevens. Seeing no other questions, thank you, Mr. Cheshire, for your presentation. At this time, I will call upon Kat Dodge on behalf of the St. Catharines Downtown Association to speak. Ms. Dodge, the lectern is yours.
I'm glad that Hugo spoke first, so I don't have to figure out how to raise it. Good evening, Mayor Cisco, councilors, staff. My name is Kat Dodge. I've been with the Downtown Association for the last 4 years, and I'm very honored to now serve as the executive director for the St. Catharines Downtown Association that represents over 700 members that include property owners and business owners and commercial property owners. I did try and convince Rachel to stay so that she could do this, but she had other things in mind, and she's now serving OBIA directly. I'm very honored to carry on the work, and I'm proud now to speak on behalf of this issue, because I've stepped into a position in a time when there's significant legislation and decisions that are being made that affect the very future of our downtown. And our members have been incredibly clear about where they stand on this proposed heritage district. Let me be direct. Our members are not against heritage. We value it deeply. We know that downtown's historic buildings help define the city's character. We're proud of it. We lean into it for our marketing and for our tourism strategies, amongst many other things. But the St. Catharines Downtown Association, our property owners, our business operators, our investors are not in support of a district-wide designation. We appreciate the opportunities that staff provided that allowed us to share our collective voice, and that voice was reflected in a report that we submitted last month. And I'm here to reinforce that voice again tonight. Our message is this. Right now, specifically right now, and context matters, our members cannot absorb new layers of regulation, not after more than a decade marked by nonstop construction, a pandemic, shifting economic pressures, and persistent barriers that continuously affect small business success. Our businesses are struggling, and yet downtown still remains the face of our city, the heart of our identity, and a critical economic driver. But make no mistake, the challenges are real. Retaining and attracting tenants has never been harder. A district-wide designation at this time feels more like a burden than a benefit. And we've heard the city's position with the hopes that the proposal won't introduce red tape, but in my 4 years of working with the DTA, I have been experiencing hearing through members that they're already facing permitting delays and communication breakdowns, and I worry adding a heritage layer, even if it's well-intentioned, adds uncertainty. And with uncertainty, we're facing risk. So I want to let you know what we're hearing from our members, and keep in mind that our business community is different than the residential community. And as you mentioned, or it's been mentioned before today, not one size fits all. So I want to give some other perspectives. And that's our concern with rising insurance premiums. Buildings are already seen as higher risk due to their age and unique features. Some members have even had their insurance refused or not renewed, just because their property happens to be listed on the proposed district. There are fewer insurances that specialize in heritage. Financing renovations is harder. Lenders are more cautious, contractors are hard to find, and heritage compliance is complex, not to mention costs are rising. Tenants are nervous. Even the perception of added limitations can make it harder to lease our commercial spaces. And for some time, this proposal feels like a preemptive barrier that may discourage investment or even trigger demolitions to avoid delays altogether. These are not theoretical concerns. These are day-to-day realities of doing business in our downtown. Let me say this again clearly. Our members support heritage, voluntarily, individually, and with the right tools in place. They do not support a district designation, especially right now. Whether it's worked for communities in the past that we've heard today, we're looking at right now. We want to keep the conversation going. Our board has already passed a motion to return to city to explore what meaningful collaborative heritage support programs could look like. We're ready for that conversation. We're eager to work constructively with staff and council to build things that work for everyone, but we can only do that once this proposal is off the table. So to conclude, we understand the desire to protect the character of our downtown. We share that value, but we also must protect the people who are investing in our downtown, the ones who open their doors every day. They employ our staff, they light up our streets with activity, creative, and care. And the St. Catharines Downtown Association urges City Council, I guess this part is most important. The St. Catharines Downtown Association urges Council not to proceed with the district designation. And that's why we say no option is acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dodge, for your presentation. Are there any questions? Councilor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The preservation of the streetscape of St. Paul Street is very important. Would your members accept that and be opposed to any tearing down of the buildings on St. Paul Street?
That's a great question. We love our St. Paul Street. If there were investors to come in and looking to demolish or build on our main street, I think we would want to look into that and make that a discussion and hopefully work with the city with anyone looking to do that on a case-by-case basis. But we welcome development in our downtown and hopefully are able to work with anybody wanting to move to the downtown.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Kushner. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Dodge, for the presentation. And before you leave, just congratulations on the new role. An excellent choice by the Downtown Association. And look, we don't bite. I'll now call upon Andrew Humeniuk to speak. and I'm hoping I got that right. And the lectern is yours, sir?
Close enough. I've been called many things.
Okay. Just don't call me late for dinner, right?
Maybe a few more after tonight. We'll see. Thank you, Mayor Cisco. Thank you to the council for hearing me today. My name is Andrew Humanick. My wife and I are founders of a local heritage-oriented charity, the Brown Homestead, which is the caretaker of a historic site and includes the oldest house in the city. I also sit on the St. Catharines Heritage Advisory Committee. And I mention this as context, but today I'm speaking to you as a St. Catharines property owner, business owner, and investor. Outside of our volunteer work, Jennifer and I own 3 buildings, 3 properties in St. Catharines, and all 3 are over 100 years old. One is in the process of being individually designated, and another is within the boundaries of the proposed Heritage Conservation District. In other words, we have a very real stake at the choices you make in this room. And that's where I'd like to focus my comments on economic impact. There's been a lot of talk about what might happen, what could happen, what will happen. Let's turn to the studies that show what has happened in cases like this. And I've read many of them. There are many of them that have been written. And I'm going to summarize them for you. And I'm very happy to share my sources with anyone who would like to receive them. Number 1, heritage conservation creates jobs. Job creation is the foundation of economic development, and conservation is a job-generating activity. For example, in Michigan, $1 million spent on historic conservation and rehabilitation creates 12 more jobs than $1 million spent on manufacturing cars. Likewise, adaptive restoration creates more jobs than new construction because there's a higher ratio of labor cost to material cost. And a higher percentage of materials for conservation projects are purchased from local providers than they are for new buildings, which tend to bring in larger quantities of materials from outside the area. Number 2, heritage projects are counter-cyclical. That is to say, there's a perception that conservation is a luxury activity to be undertaken only when times are good. In fact, conservation projects are more resilient than new constructions, which tend to be confined to boom periods. And again, the local impact of the related expenditures is proportionately higher. Number 3, the economic benefit of conservation continues after the projects are finished. They stimulate the formation of new businesses and private investment. Small businesses, for example, tend to be drawn to character spaces and historic buildings, suit small businesses that tend to have smaller staffs and space requirements. They stimulate tourism by establishing the uniqueness and character that make a city a preferred destination. They also increase property values and property tax revenue. Perhaps most importantly, heritage conservation enhances quality of life, sense of community, and neighborhood pride. A quote that resonates with me is, "If you want to know what a community feels about itself, look at the state of its historic buildings." Public conservation efforts inspire community participation, which means people are more likely to spend their time and their money locally. Number 4, good news. Smaller cities benefit disproportionately from heritage conservation. More of these studies are done in the United States than in Canada. And 3 of the most frequently cited success stories are Charleston, South Carolina, Galveston, Texas, and Santa Fe, New Mexico. 2 are similar in size to St. Catharines, and 1 is a little bit smaller. And you may say, sure, but those cities are synonymous with history and heritage. They are now, but that wasn't always the case. All 3 went through much-needed periods of renewal and growth with heritage conservation as a guiding feature. If you'd like Ontario examples, we don't have the same amount of supporting data, but trust your own eyes. 2 small cities I've had the opportunity to visit in recent months are Cambridge for my daughter's wedding and Oakville to visit my parents. Both cities have thriving downtown areas with substantial heritage character. The only reason I wouldn't go back myself is I don't like crowds. The shops are full, the restaurants are full,
The cultural centers are full. It's terrible. And both cities were early adopters of downtown heritage conservation districts, implemented during challenging times that were central to their successful economic planning and renewal. I mention that because some of the points I'm making here focus more generally on heritage conservation and are not specific to HCDs. Theoretically, this type of renewal can happen without one, but in reality, it typically doesn't. In the material I reviewed, I didn't find examples of success stories or case studies that didn't have a formalized district conservation policy as a piece of the economic development plan. Not one. So, for the reasons of all the proven economic benefits, I encourage you to support the staff recommendation. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for your personal history of purchasing older buildings, because I think you're going to be an expert on this question. As far as insurance is concerned, you have purchased an old building, now you're going to have it designated as a heritage building. You've obviously investigated the insurance costs. Would you be in agreement with what we've heard so far, that the insurance costs are significantly higher?
I can only speak to my own experience.
Yeah.
The best deal I get on insurance is on the oldest house in this city, at the Brown Homestead. Mm-hmm. That's because it's kept in great condition, and we take care of it, and the insurance company understands that. I get a better rate there than I get on my own home in Port Dalhousie, built in 2014. That's just my experience. I do have one older building, the one that we are trying to have designated.
Right.
Our insurance rates are atrocious, but that's because we bought a property that had been poorly cared for, had been left to decay. We've chased out all the rats now, and we're working on it, and we're going to do some really incredible things there. But we're having to work with the insurance company to explain, hey, we're fixing this is what we're doing, we're including them in the process. My experience is that age is a consideration and a concern, but if you don't designate a building downtown that deserves designation, it doesn't get less old, and the insurance companies, in my experience, are not going to change their perspective on it. And so condition's most important of all.
With the job you're doing on the, I'll use the word dilapidated house that you're going to turn into something very special, once that is finished to your approval, do you think the insurance rates will go down?
It will, because we've talked about the things we need to do to bring the insurance rates down, yes. And a lot of it is about addressing past problems.
Okay, so for people who are buying older properties right now that are in a really top-notch shape, they're just moving into a beautiful new house, their insurances, you don't think will be any higher than what it would be where I live in the North End type of thing?
In my experience, I don't think so, but I'm speaking from my own experience. I'm not an expert in that area.
Okay, and as far as maintenance of the house is concerned, of buildings like that, contractors, do you think they charge more for a heritage building than they normally would?
Sometimes. It depends. Heritage contractors theoretically are more expensive. I find some of the ones that I work with, and it's part of it's because I give them a lot of business, they charge me less than conventional contractors. I also working with conventional contractors where we can and explain to them the parameters. I've actually converted now 3 different contractors from doing only non-heritage work to doing heritage work. I'm very proud for that, and it's something that we're going to continue doing. My experience has been pretty good, but I do know that fixing heritage property can be more expensive. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Phillips. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To the presenter, just a couple of things that you said on some of the studies you read, that it costs more to do the work a lot of times because heritage and the skills involved. And so you're paying more, and then your taxes will go up too. So if I own a business like that, say on St. Paul Street, I'm doing it willingly, so my costs might not be as high, and then I don't want my taxes go up. Do you say to benefit the whole area? Well, I can benefit and help benefit the city without doing undue for myself. Like, I don't want to do the work, so I have to pay more taxes. So, but if it's designated you're saying it probably will be, but if it's not, and I'm just doing it on my own, I think everybody benefits more, and I'm not getting hit for it type of thing, so.
I'm not sure I follow your question.
Well, earlier in your statement, you said it costs more, and then your taxes are you're gonna pay more property taxes. So
Right.
why would I want to be designated so I have to pay more taxes and stuff?
Well,
If
by
I did
that-
the
by that
same
law-
work, if I did the same work and not being designated, and everyone's still gonna benefit. So why I don't.
Would you pay $1,000 more a year to increase your value of your home by $100,000? I would, anytime. By your logic, what you're saying is let's ruin the buildings, make them less valuable, bring our property tax burden down. We'll lose a fortune when we sell the property, but so what? We'll save $1,000 to share on property tax.
Gentlemen, I'm going to jump in. I'm really enjoying this, but this is not the space for debate.
Mine wasn't a debate. It was just a
Counselor, I'm just expressing my opinion as the chair of the meeting that we were getting into debate territory. Okay.
Unfortunately, I was an Army cadet, so I think that's our problem here.
All right, seeing no other questions, thank you very much for your presentation.
I hope I didn't misunderstand your question, but thank you.
At this time, I will call upon Heather Foss to speak. Now, Ms. Foss, is this your first time back in the chambers since you had a seat at the Horseshoe?
No, but it is still a little strange to be on this side. Okay.
So we now have the really high-tech podium. If you want to lower the podium.
No, I think I can read it from here. This
All
is
right,
good.
perfect.
Yeah. But I will say, I am so sorry that I think I'm the last speaker, but I mean, I'm exhausted. So you have also listened for over 3 hours. So here we go. Okay, time starts now? Okay. Mayor Cisco, members of council, first, let me say that I have sat where you are sitting now. As a downtown councilor from 2006 to 10, I genuinely appreciate and understand the time and the effort that you have spent reviewing the hundreds of pages of documents related to the Stantec Heritage Study, a report that you authorized to answer whether creating a downtown heritage district is of value to our community. The answer, according to the report and staff, is a resounding yes. But you must also listen to the voices of the community. This is more challenging for a councilor because you often have to weigh what you hear from all of the individuals who have taken the time to email you, especially probably in the last week, phone you, or come here tonight to speak directly to you. But also don't forget the silent majority. The report highlights the fact that citizens citywide appreciate our unique downtown. Then add in your own background knowledge and research, and then you must make a decision tonight. 3 important points to remember when you vote tonight. First, critics may say you will get bogged down in red tape if you want to make changes. This is not the case. According to the Ontario Heritage Act, you can create a custom plan so you can change the paint, install a new roof, make alterations to the rear of a building, make any interior changes that you want, exterior repairs, landscaping, all without any heritage permit needed. The red tape would actually be to ask staff to individually designate hundreds of properties that they don't have time to do. They only have time for 10. So second, critics may say that heritage conservation districts restrict change. This is not the case. It's very important to note. Heritage districts are not meant to be frozen in time. They are meant to create a sense of place and showcase the unique features of that place. And we have heard a lot tonight about the unique curvilinear street of St. Paul Street and our unique downtown. So think of other historic streets that are designated heritage conservation districts and downtowns. Yonge Street, Queen Street West in Toronto, or downtowns across Ontario, including Cambridge, Cobourg, Kawartha Lakes, Kingston, London, Niagara-on-the-Lake, Oakville, Ottawa, Perth, Port Hope, St. Mary's, St. Stratford, and that's just to name a few. Encouraging adaptive reuse and development that is respectful of the surrounding architecture and adds to the surrounding architecture is a clear goal, as mentioned by James Nielsen tonight in his report. The next step after tonight in St. Catharines will be to consult with the community to create a district plan. By approving the staff report tonight, you really are just saying that this area of our city is unique, and therefore it is reasonable to ask how best to incorporate new development before there is a big change in the urban landscape. But I am not against development. Heritage conservations do not limit development. It is meant to ask the question, how do we make it beautiful so that it will add to the surrounding architecture if you are going to infill or intensify that is respectful of what we have here today. So you can make changes within a heritage district. Our own Power Glen Heritage District, for example, has modern structures, but also preserves the landscape and the views of why it was created. Third, critics may say that property owners will incur higher costs, such as for insurance and renovations. This is not the case. The properties insured downtown today will only be 1 day older tomorrow. What matters to insurance companies is whether the plumbing and the electrical, et cetera, are up to date. So it is my understanding that approval of tonight's changes, there will be nothing different tomorrow in that regard. I would also like to highlight the fact that as an active member of the BIA, my views are not acknowledged in the report at all, and I am not the only one. I would like to remind you that it was a 7-3 BIA board vote, so 10 people is the root of what was presented to you today. And the umbrella provincial organization of the BIA is in support of protecting heritage. The fact that the BIA report doesn't mention anyone downtown being in support of this HCD is at best misleading. The bottom line is that by approving the staff recommendation tonight, you are giving power back to the people to decide what this heritage district should look like. The next step is to work with the community and the city planners to decide the best form for St. Catharines. Giving our downtown a fighting chance to showcase its historic beauty, highlight new development, and encourage economic development and tourism. Say yes, the citizens will applaud you for this tonight. I encourage you to ask me any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Foss. Are there any questions? Councilor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Foss. Just as you're a property owner in the downtown with the beautiful building, and thank you for having rain in your building, could you touch just on the insurance and the financing? I think we've heard a lot of different things tonight. What's your experience?
So my point of it matters what the building is. So if you have, and I feel like a lot of things were already mentioned by the time I got up here last, but if you have a decrepit building, then yes, that's a higher risk. If you have knob and tube wiring in your building, it's a higher risk, but it's already there tonight. It's not going to change tomorrow. And the Heritage Conservation District and mixing up with heritage buildings and conservation districts, even it's getting a little mixed up. Because the district isn't deciding about your plumbing. A heritage district does not care about what is inside your building at all. It's talking about the facade and the sense of place. So if we think that downtown St. Paul Street is different than, downtown Thorold or Niagara-on-the-Lake, then if we think it's unique, then we should be supporting a heritage conservation district at this time. And it really is prompted by Bill 23. To say, sit or get off the pot, right? So if you're registered, and there was a little confusion there, maybe I could clarify since I'm answering a question, I think, still.
Yes, please.
that you, if something is on the list, it's saying, hey, this might be important. And it could be on the list forever, but now, with Bill 23, it's saying you have to say it's designated, or it's removed for 5 years. So that's the essence of what has prompted this. So the most efficient way to make the Heritage Conservation District will say, hey, this area is important. And if you decide it's just St. Paul Street, that's what you decide. If you decided the other proposal of 3 concurrent ones, you could investigate each one separately to say, hey, we should do this and this one and this and this one. But overall, it really is just to ask the question about demolition. Should we demolish this and put up a beautiful streetscape facade and have a 10 or 20-story building that adds infill and intensification, which is what a great thing to have downtown is more people. That we are at that stage where we weren't 20 years ago, but we're at that stage. We have all the infrastructure pieces that we put in, and now the private sector can do its thing. And one day, that building on the corner of James Street and St. Paul, somebody will buy it and intensify it. Somebody will do something there. So we're at that point, I think. And so this is the right thing to do.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, seeing no other questions or comments, thank you, Mr. Foss, for your presentation.
Thank you.
We've come to the end of the delegations. Can I have a counselor to move the motion to receive the delegations? Counselor Lindell, Counselor Dodge. All those in favor of receiving the delegations? Opposed? That is carried. At this time, can I get a counselor to move the recommendation in the report? Seeing that there is no willingness to move the recommendation in the report, Counselor Lindell, are you moving the recommendation in the report? Sure. Okay, so Counselor Lindell, do I have a seconder for the recommendation in the report? Counselor Williamson. So we have the staff recommendation on the screen. Are there any speakers to the staff recommendation? Counselor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have 2 members of council missing, and I think that's 3. Thank you for embellishing my case. And I think that's important, and I would make a motion to refer the report back to staff to obtain A, clarification of the option on page 4 to have a smaller heritage area, and B, clarification on the comment on page 5, and I quote, Heritage District does not require to have restrictions that are traditionally associated with heritage districts. So to me, that's a very important factor, and I'd like more detail on that. And I think it's seconded by Councillor
Phillips. See that? Okay, so we're referring back to staff to retain clarification on page 4 and on page 5, and we can put those non-debatable. Councillor Phillips.
Can I ask for one more thing to be included in that?
So if you're asking for something addition to be on the memo that will come back in terms of clarification, yeah.
I'm just asking that to include, they talked about tax incentives and
grants, et cetera.
Grants, whatever, to indicate possibly what that would entail.
Okay.
I'd like that added to that if possible. If not.
Okay. So staff have indicated that this would be coming back to the July 14th meeting, just so everybody's aware. Councillor Williamson, are you asking for additional information to come back as a part of this referral?
In terms of the process for the public's edification. So we're done. Done any more no more delegations.
So
we can ask staff questions.
At the next meeting, yes. So I think bringing the referral now means that nobody has spoken, which means everybody can speak at the next one, and we can go through the normal process from that perspective.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. It's non-debatable, so all those in favor of the referral? Opposed? And that is carried. All right, so for those folks who are in the gallery, the decision has been referred as Councillor Kushner and Councillor Phillips have asked for additional information on some of the options. The decision will be brought back to the July 14th council meeting. So a decision I expect will be rendered at that meeting. So we will now move on to item 9.3, which is the bylaw to regulate construction fencing. Can I have a mover and a seconder for 9.3? Councillor McPherson, did you want to move this one? You had an amendment, so. Councilor McPherson and Councilor Stevens will be the seconder for this. The the recommendation from staff is that council approve the proposed City of St. Catharines construction fencing bylaw attached as Appendix 1, and that the mayor and city clerk be authorized to execute, et cetera, et cetera. Councilor McPherson, you wanted to add something?
Yes, I did. I did send it to staff. I don't know if they, yes, there it is. So I just wanted to add, specifically thinking of downtown properties, 88 James would be an example, or pretty much any development downtown, that we look at, or that we include any construction fencing that's installed along the public sidewalk or right-of-way, that a minimum of 50% of the surface be covered with either public art or marketing materials. And it doesn't include third party.
I'm sorry, Councilor, I'm just laughing because there's not a
Appreciate that.
single soul left in the gallery. I think it's Brienne and John and Chris, and that's it.
No one cares.
But I had something important to say about construction hoarding.
Construction hoarding is so important.
All right, I'm sorry, I didn't
That's all
mean
right.
to get, that just was fantastic.
It was. That is all.
Okay, so we do have an amendment here. Councilor Phillips? Just one sec, Councilor McPherson, I need you to turn your mic off. Thank you. Councilor Phillips.
Thank you. Fully support this. How fast can we get this going? Because there are properties, and I'm thinking one in particular not too far away from here on Church Street, where there's been a hole dug for years with plastic fencing that continues to get knocked down as soon as it goes up, and there should be hoarding there. And there's other areas similar to that. When is it going to get done?
Do we have a staff member at the manager of planning?
Yeah, through the mayor to the councilor. So the bylaw that's attached to the report does have it takes effect, I think, 3 months from when the bylaw is approved. So there is a 90-day or 3-month sort of grace period or transition period before it comes into effect as drafted.
So the owner will be made aware when this bylaw goes through. If it goes through tonight, you're going to phone the owner and say, hey, you have to get it up. And if he doesn't have it up within 3 months, we're going to put it up and charge him? Is that the deal?
Through the mayor to the councilor, there will be a that's part of the reason for the 90 days is to give staff an opportunity to communicate with the key properties that would be subject to this bylaw. So we'll have to look at them individually to see if this bylaw would apply to that specific context, but we'll be going through the process of identifying those sites that are of concern.
It's a situation of safety, obviously. There's other areas throughout the city that have been cleared and there's nothing up. You know, I'm thinking of the one on Lakeshore Road, and they're all over the city. And I'll give, you know, the old Vine Floral one, as soon as they knocked it down, they put up a metal fence and it's perfect. And that's what should be done.
I think the direction here is pretty clear. Mr. Ritchie, as soon as this comes into effect, you're expected to be out there with a hammer and stakes and to start putting up fencing and hoarding around all those sites.
With murals.
Yeah. And there we go, wonderful. All right, Councilor Stevens, followed by Councilor Mako.
I have a question, I guess, would be to Councilor McPherson about this add-ons here. Well, there's a property in my ward, so they're developing it, and it's a construction site. So there's plastic fencing up right now. How are we? What do you expect to put paintings and stuff up on a plastic fence while it's being temporarily rebuilt? Like, I don't agree with that part of it. I'm sorry. Like, are you just doing this to say you don't want when plywood's there for a long period of time? Like, a lot of this construction isn't, in my ward anyways, it's fairly quickly it's happening. So to have a guy require him to put up posters and signs, I don't see the point of that. I don't get it.
Can we open Councilor McPherson's mic?
Thank you. So it doesn't say that you have to put public art. It is it's very specific to the outward facing. So if it is running along a sidewalk, for example, we could point to 88 James, where it is running along a sidewalk where there is construction that is not happening. They have to have proper hoarding. A plastic fence, I don't believe, is proper hoarding. That is not proper hoarding. So it's not actually secure if it's just got plastic fencing. This is very specific to that part of a development that is running along a sidewalk to say it has to be painted, it has to provide marketing materials, they can do anything they want with it, but that, you know, the idea is that the neighbors who are having to look at it and the people who are having to walk alongside it, I defer to you.
For clarity, Councillor, exempted projects also include detached, semi-detached, duplex, triplex, fourplex, townhouse dwellings, residential accessory buildings, and buildings located in.
Exempt.
Yeah, those are exempt.
Okay, all right,
Yeah, so just for that clarity.
Okay.
I think that was your concern, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I get
So that's cleared up. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Councilors, if I can ask you both to turn your mics off?
I didn't even turn it on.
No, the council coordinator is that good. She knew you were going to have to respond to my question. She jumped right in. Councilor Mako.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to staff. A question about enforcement of the bylaw. I am supportive, but just wondering of capacity. Is this going to be handled by our bylaw officers? Because we're also hearing they're very stretched thin and struggling to even keep up with monitoring tall grass in our ward. So just a question about capacity for enforcement of the bylaw.
The mayor to the councillor. My understanding is I presume it would be on complaint basis to get started, and then that would give us an opportunity to better understand the magnitude of the enforcement activities required to implement this bylaw. Fortunately, I don't have a great, clean answer for you on that one, but we haven't heard a specific concern from our bylaw enforcement team about this particular piece at this point. We don't expect it will be too onerous.
All right, seeing no more questions or comments, I will look to the clerk to call the roll on 9.3.
Councillor McPherson?
Yes.
Councillor Stevens?
Yes.
Councillor Williamson?
Yes.
Councillor Phillips?
Yes.
Councillor Miller?
Yes.
Councillor Mako?
Yes.
Councillor Dodge?
Yes.
Councillor Lindell?
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff?
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco?
Yes.
And that's carried.
All right, moving on to item 9.4, which is Legal and Clerk Services, Office of the City Clerk 2026 Municipal and School Board Election Voting Methods. Before we discuss the report, I'm going to ask our acting clerk, Donna Del Vecchio, for opening remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the report before you tonight is to consider what election voting method we will be using in the 2026 municipal and school board election. The report is generally before you in late 2025. However, we do have an opportunity to join a joint procurement opportunity for election services with our local area municipalities. So therefore, a decision is required earlier this election cycle. The report recommendation is that the city continue to use vote tabulators and offer vote by mail as the alternative method. Although the use of internet voting is increasing, staff are not recommending this method for the multiple reasons outlined in this report. However, should council choose to authorize internet voting, additional funding will be required to implement the method, and the costs are noted in the financial implications section of the report. Voting for the staff recommendation tonight would include or would offer 8 advance polls and 3 polls per ward on election day. We plan to enhance accessibility features at all of our advance polls. And through engagement, electors identified the need for convenience when it comes to how they vote. So although staff do not recommend internet voting, we are exploring other options to realize conveniences while using vote tabulators. As the planning progresses, details will be available to council.
All right, thank you, Ms. Del Vecchio. Moving this, I have Councillor Williamson, seconding is Councillor McPherson. The staff recommendation is up on the screen. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm pleased to see the recommendation here. We have an electoral system that has proven itself to be secure and effective in delivering a fair and accessible opportunity for local citizens to participate in the democratic process, use their democratic franchise. And I am glad that the recommendation does not include online voting, and not because I'm anti-technology, but because the fallibility of that alternative. It just seems like it's inevitable that hacking and other issues happen with it, and so I recognize that staff has looked at it and recognize that that security threat is real. And, you know, I think the actual act of going out and making a little bit of an effort to put some X's on a ballot is a worthwhile process, and you have to actually consciously think about it as opposed to just pops up on your screen and vote without necessarily making much of an effort. So it's a clear, simple method. It's proven itself, so I'm definitely standing behind staff's recommendation on this one. I do have one question. Are we still doing proxy ballots? Are they a thing? Yeah.
Yes, proxy ballots will still be available. They're actually covered under the Municipal Elections Act.
Right, and I also asked about, I know that there was some delays in the federal election in the United States regarding mail-in ballots. So our date that when they have to be in is going to be somewhat in advance of voting day so that we have the information, have the results before voting day.
That's correct. And should an elector miss the mail date, we will have drop-off locations at various municipal facilities or City Hall for them to drop it off.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Williamson. I have Councillor Miller, followed by Councillor Stevens and Councillor Phillips. Councillor Miller?
Yeah, thank you. I do have one and potentially two amendments, but I'll wait. I'll save those at the end. I'm just to staff. How will voting in 2026 look different if we approve the recommendation than 2022 when it comes to municipal and school board recommendations, or sorry, elections?
Through the mayor, the difference that you will see will be one less poll per ward on election day, and one additional advance poll that we're going to make a convenience poll, like we're exploring drive-through voting, for example, for a convenience method for electors.
Okay, and I guess the concern I have is that we saw very few people vote in 2022, and that was in a supposedly contested mayoral election that we might not see the likes of in 2026, and so status quo meaning I wouldn't be surprised to see voter turnout go down. And Councillor Williamson knows this well from his years of teaching civics. I mean, the whole point of representational democracy is that people participate and vote, or it's hard to know who you're really representing. What's our plan? And this isn't just a clerk's, because I know this is communications and this probably on councilors as well. Do we have a plan to try to increase that turnout? I mean, I think in my ward it was around 20%. Is there a staff thought? Because I'm not really seeing that in this report. And again, it's not all on the clerk's department.
Through the mayor to the councillor, we are continuing to work with our area clerks on joint initiatives. And one item we have been discussing is some type of program to encourage people to get out there to vote.
Okay, I think the last question I have is that the vast majority of, well, maybe not vast, the majority of Ontario municipalities have internet voting, including the majority in Niagara, and it's been around for 20 plus years now in Ontario. Have we found incidences of, once staff is compiling the report on internet voting, of significant security risk or hacking or anything like that?
Through the mayor to the councillor, through my research, although there hasn't been issues of tampering, there have been issues with delayed results coming through with internet voting. Both in 2018 and 2022, there were issues with vendors and delayed results coming in. If we were to go down the road of internet voting, we would have to do a penetration test to ensure that basically the system could not be, what's the word? Could be hacked. Yeah, hacked or tampered with. But we are relying on the vendor to provide us those assurances.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I know that the past is not a prediction for the future, but I would suggest that 220 plus municipalities in Ontario had internet voting without issue in 2022. That it seems to suggest it's a fairly secure system. And, you know, when we only have 20% of people turning up to vote, I'm not sure how high priority hacking into our elections is going to be. So my amendments is I would like to see us add internet voting, including add budget to it without compromising any other methods. I think the status quo is pretty unacceptable from what we've seen. I think we need all hands on deck to increase voter turnout. I know that there's a professor at Brock who specializes this, whose studies showed that you see a 3.5% voter turnout increase with internet voting. I think that is worth doing. I will disagree with Councillor Williamson that we have an effective system. I think a system where a quarter of people or less are voting is sort of an affront to democracy. So again, I think we need to do all we can. I think internet voting does that. And I think the vast majority of municipalities in Ontario are already doing it. And, you know, we're kind of falling behind in what we can offer. I think mail-in voting is great, but obviously very few people took that up in 2022. You know, in security-wise, you know, or integrity-wise, I'm not sure how much different mail voting or proxy voting really is to internet voting. So those would be, though that's my amendment, is to increase the budget for clerks to add internet voting, and ideally alongside those 7 or 8 other municipalities in Niagara who are already doing this, and hopefully able to work together on securing a vendor for those services.
Okay, Councillor, the clerk had additional comment, and we will get to the amendment that you have proposed up on the screen.
I did just want to add that with regard to improving voter turnout through the use of internet, there have been many studies done that we don't actually see a big increase in turnout. Sometimes it depends on if there's a particular race that's being contested. Other times you might see a spike for the first time that you implement it because it's like a novelty, something new, everyone wants to try it, but then it goes back. So there really is no data to show that it does actually drastically increase voter turnout.
So looking to the mover and the seconder, is this a friendly amendment? Councillors Williamson and McPherson? Not friendly, okay. So I'm going to clear the queue. I have Councillor Stevens, Phillips, and Lindell up to speak to the main motion when we come back to it. We're going to deal with the amendment first. Are there any speakers to the amendment? Okay, just press the buttons. I got Councillor Phillips and then Councillor Williamson.
To the amendment, it wasn't mentioned the cost of internet voting. Seem to remember it was an extra $365,000. $325. Okay, sorry, I missed that. So to me, it's not. You're indicating it doesn't improve voter turnout a great deal, regardless of where the money comes from. Why spend $325,000 to implement it? As far as accessibility, we're providing ballots to be sent by mail, postage included. So if someone can't get to the polling booth, they can send it in. So it's not a case where you're declining or denying accessibility in a case like that. And as far as if there is a recount required, is that possible to do that through an internet voting system?
So through the mayor, there's no mandatory technical standards that exist in Canada for auditing or independently verifying results produced by the internet voting systems. And they do operate outside of our network. So it would be up to There are different ways that vendors do offer some type of audit and accountability, but with no legislation or standards, it would really be up to the vendor and the municipality.
Okay, thank you. I will not be supporting it.
All right, Councillor Lindell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I won't be supporting this either. One of the things that I came across when I was running in the last election was the vast majority of people who said they weren't going to vote said it was because they'd already voted for federal and provincial, and they never voted in municipal elections. And I think instead of offering internet voting, which school boards have been hacked recently, and mark systems have been hacked, and libraries have been hacked, I don't see why, without any kind of legislation to make sure everything's okay, that we wouldn't get hacked during a voting system, whether it's inside or outside of our system. So I agree with the clerk. I think that the best procedure for this is to actually do a blitz with people in the city of St. Catharines to try and get them actually out to physically vote or to vote by mail. I don't think internet voting is the be-all and end-all of getting people to actually vote. So again, I won't be supporting this either.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other speakers to the amendment? Councillor Ratzlaff?
I just want to say that, like, I have sent, like, I probably can't count to my hands how many letters I've sent by mail, but I literally cannot count how many emails I sent today alone. I think that online voting is a lot more accessible than sending mail, but that's just me. I'll support this. My other question, though, in relation to this amendment, but also the motion is, are there any incentives to getting people out to vote that cities have tried? I mean, you guys did a great job communicating last time around, and I think it helped marginally. I can't imagine even a more robust communication campaign having that big of an effect. But I have heard of jurisdictions providing some type of incentive to get people out. Was that considered at all?
Through the mayor, the councillor, providing incentives hasn't been considered through our area clerks, but it's something that I could raise at our next meeting.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
All right, any other comments or concerns? All right, I'll just speak briefly before we call the roll on the amendment. I won't be supporting the amendment either. I don't think there's any reason to give people any more reason to doubt election results. Every time there's an election in the last decade, people cast doubt on the results. They don't believe them for one reason or another. Going to a system that doesn't have a very clear backup, like the reality is when you cast a ballot right now, there's a paper backup, they get put in a box, you can pull them out, you can hand count them, you can look at them again. Going to a system that doesn't offer that security just gives people another reason to doubt the integrity of our elections, and I don't think we want to be doing that. I think, the number of advance polls that are proposed, the mail-in ballots, the proxy votes, drive-up voting, which I might just try for the novelty the next time. All of these, I think, are, ways to make it easier for people, but you still have to show up and mark your ballot, or at least mark your ballot by hand. You don't even actually have to show up because you do have the opportunity for mail-in ballots. So I'll look to the clerk now to call the roll on the amendment, just to the amendment.
Councillor Miller?
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff?
Yes.
Councillor Stevens?
No.
Councillor Williamson?
No.
Councillor Lindell?
No.
Councillor Mako?
No.
Councillor McPherson?
No.
Councillor Phillips?
No.
Councillor Dodge?
No.
Mayor Cisco?
No.
And that's lost.
All right. We'll go back to the original speakers list. So I'm going to ask Councillor Stevens if you want to put your name up, and then Councillor Phillips, can you click in to speak to the original motion, and then Councillor Lindell. Oh, okay. All right. All right, so I've got Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I could have probably spoke on the amendment as well, although I agree with Councillor Williamson. Did you hear that, by the way? To get out and vote, I've been... since I was 18 years old, I've always gone out and voted, and I think it's a right that, and especially this time with June coming around and all the Normandy and all that, those people went and fought for the right that we can go out and vote, and I think everybody should get off their butts and get out there and vote. However, times are changing, and one of these days we're going to have to go to internet voting. And I hate to say the word the youth out there, but oh, geez. They do everything on their telephones. They do everything on their phones. So somehow, somewhere, it's going to have to work if we want to get people to get out and vote. The turnout's going to get lower and lower, although in Merritton this time it'll get bigger because Councillor Miller said he's not running, so that should be a plus for Merritton. Just saying.
I'm going to clarify. I think what Councillor Stevens means it's going to be a contested race.
More people are going to go out and vote. That's what I mean. That's what I mean. That's what I mean. So,
if you're going to be my Kinderburgermeister, you got to watch what you're saying there, my friend.
I mean, one thing I would just ask that the clerk, like there's 13 municipalities that have on this report that did do it. So did they have problems with it? So it's something, I think if we're not doing it this time, we're going to have to do it down the road. So not this time, but next time we're going to have to look at it again, I think. So that's my 2 cents.
Through the mayor, it could be those municipalities are willing to accept the risk without a legislative change that provides standards and some guiding principles for us. I think that's maybe when you'll see more go on board. There's also a cost factor to doing internet voting because you're paying per elector, whether it's used or not. So that is a big cost. That's why many large municipalities stay away from it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mako.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to the clerk. Do you have meetings with the other clerks within the region of Niagara? And if so, I'm just curious if there's any strategies beyond internet voting that they're employing, because the AMO website has the voter turnout rates from 2022 for all municipalities. There's quite a range within Niagara from the low 20s to I think Niagara-on-the-Lake is almost 50%. So beyond internet voting, is there other factors at play here that explain the huge variance within Niagara?
Through the mayor, it could be the races. It could be just a really engaged community like Niagara-on-the-Lake would be. I know West Lincoln has high numbers as well, just very engaged people.
I'm just wondering if that is that inherent in the people who live there, or have they done something intentionally that we could be modeling after? I'm just curious.
Not that I'm aware of, and we do meet regularly with our area clerks. And especially around election, on election year, we have a special election working group, so we discuss everything related.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Councillor Miller for a second time.
No, it's okay. I had another amendment, but you know what? It's fine. It's fine.
Okay. All right, thank you, Councillor. Seeing no other comments or questions, I'll look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Williamson?
Yes.
Councillor McPherson?
Yes.
Councillor Miller?
No.
Councillor Phillips? Yes. Councillor Ratzlaff?
Yes.
Councillor Stevens?
Yes.
Councillor Dodge?
Yes.
Councillor Lindell?
Yes, and can we have Councillor Miller's cat's name?
Councillor Miller, what is your cat's name?
I believe that particular cat was Sullivan.
Councillor Mako?
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco?
Did we seriously just interrupt a vote to ask the cat's name?
We did.
Yes.
Thank you. That's carried.
Oh, you can tell it's getting close to 10 o'clock because I'm rapidly losing control of the meeting. All right. Motions, there are no motions. I was informed that there may be a call for a notice of motion. Councillor Dodge, do you want to just very briefly introduce the general idea?
Sure. I would just like to ask for a notice of motion for renaming of a park.
Okay, renaming of a park, and you'll be bringing the full details of that to the meeting on the 23rd?
Correct.
Wonderful. Are there any report requests? I know I have one. The one that I have, the staff report back on the request from Upper Canada Planning and Engineering to waive the BTIG eligibility criteria for 527 Glendale Road. This is regarding the correspondence we've received from the developer. Are there any other report requests? Councillor Miller?
Yeah, I don't know that this is a report request. I just wanted to formally, publicly request that when we do the CIP review, we are looking at incentives for adding rental units to commercial properties.
Okay, I think we'll take that as direction. So we don't need a report request, but that's a direction to staff. And it's been formally requested at this point. All right, seeing nothing else, we'll move on then to, wait, do we have to vote on that? We have to vote on that. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We have committee and task force minutes to receive. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Phillips, Councillor Ratzlaff, all those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. No closed session. Wow, no motion from closed session. Bylaws, can I have councillors to move and second the bylaws? Councillor Lindell, Councillor Stevens, that the bylaws listed on council agenda as A to G be read a first time, considered and passed, and be signed and executed by the mayor and the clerk. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Mr. Lane decided to vote in favor of that one as well. The additional bylaw. We have additional bylaw A. Bylaw to appoint certain persons engaged or employed by the Corporation of the City of St. Catharines Municipal Law Enforcement Officers. Can I get a mover and a seconder for this one? Councillor Dodge, Councillor Kushner, all those in favor? Opposed, and that's carried. And adjournment. Mover and a seconder, Councillor Kushner, Councillor Stevens, all those in favor? Opposed. Good night.